Testing, halo Sino. Can you hear?
Honorable members, Honorable Deputy Minister and Chair of the Public Investment Corporation, Chair of the Board, and executives from the PIC, and also our colleagues from the Office of the Auditor General, welcome. Thank you very much to all of you for being here this morning on this very important day, because this afternoon the National Assembly is going to be dealing with matters pertaining to the budget. But let me first just explain why we are here, because this is also live streamed. So we're sharing this as much with people that are in the room, and I think to an extent people in the room understand why we're here. But for the public, I also need to do that. We have been considering the audit outcomes of various entities right across South Africa. It's national government departments, it's state agencies and corporations, municipalities, and so on. And two of those were the compensation fund and the unemployment insurance fund, which fall under the Department of Employment and Labor. And one of the issues raised by the Office of the Auditor General in their report to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts pertained to funds invested on their behalf by the PIC, more particularly in unlisted companies, because that came up as an item in terms of the adverse findings that the Auditor General has made. We made inquiries into whether these entities have any say in the investment decisions of the PIC, and they said they trust the PIC to take appropriate decisions about the investment of those funds in various entities, and the PIC is supposed to deliver a return to those funds themselves, which is in any event what the law provides for in South Africa. We then took a decision as the committee to invite the PIC to A, give us context into its relationship with these entities, secondly, how investment decisions are taken, and thirdly, what happens when an investment does not go according to the way in which everybody expects, so that the committee may then have a conversation directly with the agency that actually manages those funds. It is in that context that we then have the people that we have in the room. I also wish to explain that the Deputy Minister of Finance is always, well, most of the time, the chairperson of the PIC. So in this case, the Deputy Minister is wearing the big hat of being chair of the PIC, but we also can't forget that he's a deputy minister. But it's very important that all of us understand the context in which the Honorable David Masondo will be speaking in this particular instance. That is the hat that he is wearing. We normally, Honorable Deputy Minister and Chair of the PIC, when we're dealing with audit outcomes, allow very limited time for presentations, because the outcomes are there to see. But in this instance, we're not considering the audit outcomes of the PIC. We haven't had regard for that. There's a specific issue, and therefore we are going to provide about 45 minutes thereabouts to you and the PIC to present to us on the questions that we have asked you to come and answer, and then we'll engage in a conversation. And we're doing that because, as I said, we haven't had a prior presentation before by the AG or somebody else on the PIC itself and how it conducts its business. So without much further ado, I'm going to hand over to you to make some opening remarks and then choreograph your team as you have decided to present to us today. Thank you very much.
Thanks, the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, Honorable Songeza Zivi, and honorable members. And thanks very much for inviting us to come and give context and account on largely two things: the performance of the investment, the unlisted part, and also account why it has been difficult for the UIF to produce financial statements that account for the investee companies on whom we invest on their behalf as the PIC. Now, and I'll be very brief because we don't have a lot of time, and the team here will take us through the details to answer the questions that the committee has posed to us. Just 2 points, Chair, preliminary points that I would like to make. The first one is that on the performance of the investment on the unlisted side, particularly the bad one, these were subject of the party commissions and they were finding on them. And we've been working very hard to make sure that some of the things that have happened in the past do not occur. And insofar as the audit is concerned, there is an issue about the auditing cycle between the investee companies and the reporting time for the UIF and the compensation fund, and the team will go into detail insofar as that is concerned. On the generally to make sure that some of the mistakes that were made in the past do not recur, and I'm not saying that because in investment it's not always guaranteed that the outcomes will always be in terms of the returns, but we do our best to make sure that the returns are better and we beat the benchmark as set by our own clients. So since then, we have improved significantly the governance processes within the PIC to make sure that some of the mishaps that happened in the past did not recur. For instance, Mpati recommended that there has to be a split between the CEO and the CIO, and that has been done. So there are a number of things that we've done, because Mpati was divided into 2, if not 3. There were issues about the governance of the PIC itself, which the Act has made a number of recommendations insofar as that is concerned, and the shareholder, which is the Department of Finance, through the Minister, is also implementing certain changes there insofar as the governance of the PIC. And the second part is the governance in the PIC itself, and the number of changes that we've undertaken to make sure that governance is significantly improved in that regard. Like I said, the split role between CIO and the CEO, as well as the policies that we've basically put in place and new governance structures, delegation of authority to really increase the accountability and prevent some of the mishaps that we've seen in the past. So, Chair, without further ado, I'm going to ask the CEO to take us through the presentation. He's not alone. He will introduce his team. And I don't know if my apology was tabled that at 11, I need to go and join the Cabinet Committee. There are certain items that we've got to present in Cabinet at 11. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable DM. So what we will do is that we will start with any questions after 10. Yeah. Any questions the members have for you specifically, so that we can exhaust that level of accountability as far as we can. I am certain that during the course of the conversation there might be matters that arise. Those we will transmit to you for written submission back to the committee. I mean, I understand the importance and the urgency of the time that we're in, so we will will make provision for that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, for the invitation. As the the Chair of the PIC has articulated, we are here to account, as the Chair of the committee has articulated, on 2 matters specifically, which we will do. The one, of course, being specific to the audit outcomes, and that will I will allow the Chief Financial Officer of the PIC, Ms. Batanda Damoy, who's sitting next to me, to speak to the issues around the audit findings that impact on the both the UIF and the CF, the Unemployment Insurance Fund and the Compensation Fund. For those that might not know the acronyms, but henceforth we'll speak about the UIF and the CF. and because most of the issues are common to those entities, and they all, of course, report to the same ministry. And then the CIO, our CIO, Mr. Kabelo Rukoto, will then speak to the actual processes that we go through to make the investments broadly, and which I will start with, and then he'll speak specifically about the process, especially in the unlisted investment, which is what the committee wants to hone in on. He will assist with that. He has his team, Mr. Bothwell Tlahla. Mr. Bothwell Tlahla is currently assisting with the management of the unlisted investments once they've been made. He doesn't make the decisions, but once they've been made, he's now responsible for making sure that we optimize the outcomes of the investments that he's made. And of course, we do the reporting to our internally first, and of course to our client as well. And with him is next to him is Mr. Thabiso Moshikaro. Thabiso is the one that currently is the acting manager for the investments in the unlisted space. I must be careful to protect him because most of these investments were made before he became the acting manager. But right now, that's his responsibility, so he cannot disown it. But he didn't really make the decisions about the investments that we are talking about. But in his current position, he is responsible for making sure we implement the processes around the investments that we make in the unlisted space. I've somehow lost. He's come back. Thank you very much. So I won't dwell much on the PIC because I think the PIC is not really the focus of the issues that the committee is dealing with. I will speak broadly about how we actually manage in the investment space. I just want to reiterate the one thing that the chair has indicated. And I'm not disowning what we are presenting because we are responsible for managing what we have said we will actually manage, and we are therefore responsible for fixing whatever issues there are. But most of this you will see towards the end when we present a picture of when the investments were made and what has happened subsequent to the changes that the chair has indicated. You will see that I think there is generally improvement in how we are managing the affairs of our clients, especially in the unlisted space. The PIC basically has a very simple mandate encapsulated in the Act, which tells us that we must manage the assets of our clients on their behalf at their instructions, so we don't actually get told by anybody else how we must manage. We actually follow the instructions of clients, and we speak about mandates in the language of investments being the instruction that we actually use, and then we implement those. And the focus, of course, is two, especially for the PIC. As an asset manager, although it is state owned, we are an SOE like any other SOE. We actually are an asset manager, and we manage assets like any asset manager in South Africa and globally. Our mandate is slightly different because we are tasked to make sure we get a good return. And that is the paramount thing because our clients and their beneficiaries at the end of the day wants to make sure that the benefits that have been promised to members can be paid. And that is where the return becomes important. We need to invest, secure the asset, and make sure that the assets grows, yazala, and there are returns. So that's the first major one. But very different from other asset managers is that we have what we call a social mandate. The Act is very clear that we need to invest to actually achieve certain social outcomes. For instance, issues of transformation need to be addressed in our investments in the unlisted space. Issues around the economy broadly to engender issues like manufacturing, because we have seen the financialization of financial markets, and we need to actually make sure manufacturing is a significant component of what we do. And the reason for that is that the financial services, while they are growing and they are actually giving us good returns, they're not really as good at providing for employment and jobs, while things like manufacturing do provide for jobs. And of course, there's the bigger issues around addressing the legacies of our country and making sure that those who have been excluded are being included into the future of the economy. So those are the two outcomes that we actually are focused on. And we do that broadly by investing in what we call two fundamental markets. The language that we use is we talk about public markets, and what that means is that we actually invest in the listed environment. And the reason why that is important is that in that space, the PIC acts like all asset managers. There is no favors that the PIC is given. We are actually acting like any asset manager, both domestically and globally. The rules are the same, the conditions and the processes that we need to use are the same. The systems need to be compatible to our peers, both domestically and globally. And then, of course, there's what's called private markets. And that's where the reason for our being here today is quite key, because there we're not actually operating in the public markets. We're only actually entering into very specific investments with specific entities. And the disciplines that apply in that space are not the same as the ones that you have in the public markets or in the listed markets. And some of the challenges that we've experienced on behalf of our clients, in this case the UIF and the CF, are in the private market space. But I will then actually pause and let the CIO actually then take the committee on how do we actually invest in that space, starting out, of course, with the details of the different markets. I'm going to just shift, and then you can come and sit and speak.
Good morning, honorable members, and thank you for the opportunity. Okay, just need to, all right. So maybe just as a summary, which the CEO has just covered. So on the screen, just on the screen next to you, we've just summarized the business units within, not complete business units, but basically the two key services that we provide for our clients. So the key service that we provide to our clients, it's management of their funds on the public markets, management of their funds on private markets. The private markets, it's what is well known as unlisted investments. In this case today, we will be talking about SRI investments. If you were to look at the split at the PIC between listed and unlisted, that split, it's about 95% or so on the listed side, on the public side, and about 5% on the unlisted side. And we manage assets across all clients. We have a team at the PIC of nearly about 400 staff and about 200 investment professionals. Just to hone a bit deeper on the UIF mandate. So the UIF mandate, currently as it stands, I'll talk to basically the allocation to the unlisted portion of their book, but the mandate from the SRI portfolio was largely to support transformation. So social impact was quite paramount. We needed to support BEE. We also needed to support social infrastructure and any other sector that allows an inclusive economy of largely people who were previously marginally excluded. So if you look at the instruments that we were allowed to use debt or equity. And maybe, Chair, as it stands today, I just needed to highlight that while this mandate, we continue to manage it, but in the last 5 years, we have not been making any new investments in it. So we had a new allocation just slightly on the small and medium enterprise portfolio that we are currently investing on behalf of the client. But I just needed to put that just out there. In terms of how do we deliver to the client mandate, so there are various vehicles that we use. So it's the PIC, you can either take the capital that we get from our investors,
Sorry, can I just ask for a favor? So I will keep, from time to time I may interrupt.
Okay, Chair.
To simplify things, because this is being watched by people. So can you go back to the previous slide if that would be helpful? Okay. So the total committed capital for the UIF, in other words, the total funds that you have from the UIF is what, 23.6 billion?
On
Just
the
explain
unlisted.
that.
Okay.
I think go back what. Oh, sorry, the one I have with me doesn't look the same. Okay, just go back to that. Just explain what
it means.
what this means. Yeah, it's important that with each one, just explain what it means.
Okay, yeah. Maybe, yes, Chair, I just wanted to make it easier. It will be easier on this one. So the total for the UIF portfolio, it's 169 billion. The SRI component for UIF is 6.42. For CC, the total is 70 billion plus the 61. If you look at the two funds, that's about 130 billion. And if you look at the SRI portion, it will be about 2.4%. So for CC and CF, let's say combined, the unlisted portion of the book is about 2.4%. The rest of the fund, it's in the listed portion. So I just needed to make it clear. Yeah.
And the UIF is 23.
Yeah, and then no, for UIF, in terms of the total amount, it's the current position in SRI is about 6.42%, and then if you add the property portion, it takes it to about 6.6%. Thank you, Chair. I'll try to simplify it as we go through the document. Right. And then I was just saying, in terms of how we deliver to our clients, we can either take their capital, go and buy an asset directly, or go lend into a particular asset, provide debt funding, or we could do it through what we call co-investments. A co-investment is if you have appointed a third-party asset manager who specializes in a particular sector to go maybe focus on infrastructure or focus on healthcare. If that particular manager finds that the opportunities within that particular sector are too large for their check size, they are always welcome to come back to the PIC and say, we have identified this opportunity, our capital is only X, but we need maybe 3X. Can you, as the PIC, come top us up on the other 2X? So in that case, that will be called a co-investment, where we then partner with our underlying asset managers. And another vehicle that we use, it's a fund of funds approach, where we allocate to other asset managers, largely private markets asset managers in the country. And the reason we do that is that because the financial services sector is still not yet transformed, we do believe there should be capital that us as the PIC, we catalyze and make sure that you have a lot more people of color coming into the sector and managing the assets. So, but how we will do it is that their focus, the mandate that they will receive from us will be largely focusing on slightly smaller transactions, which requires nimbleness, quickness, and efficiency for them to execute, and we partner with them. But we always say to them, as much as we may have allocated, say, 500 million to you, if there's a billion or a 2 billion rand transaction and you can't do it on your own, please bring it back to us so that we can also look at partnering with you on it. And there's one or two cases that we have done that. In other cases, if you look at where we want to go on the rest of Africa. So some jurisdictions, maybe they may be quite the risk tolerance in some cases, if we go alone, may not be acceptable. So in those cases, we have decided to partner. So you can see, Chair, on the last block, we do partner with the likes of your IDC, DBSA, FDB, and I think for other clients, we've also invested with other large financial institutions in Africa who focus largely on infrastructure, because we do believe for us to make sure the continent does well, you need to put money behind infrastructure. So that's the high-level chart.
Explain acronyms.
Oh, acronyms. Okay.
FDB, African Development
All right. Yes, I will explain. Yeah. I will explain acronyms. Just in terms of how do we select transactions, I think the chair of the board highlighted the governance changes that were made at the PIC. But so the board itself had a bit of a change in terms of at PIC, we now have a C-suite where we have segregated duties between the CTO, CEO, CIO, Chief Investment Officer, CRO, Chief Risk Officer, and the CFO. So that will be the exco and in the business. Within how we make decisions at the investment at PIC, they are largely driven by its investment committee decisions. So all transactions are based on, they have to be approved at an investment committee meeting. Those investment committee meetings are clustered between board investment committee meetings and group management investment committee meetings. But when you hone in on a particular transaction, what is it that we are looking for? I think the first one, and it comes from the lessons learned as well over the last few years, is the character of the individuals or the consortiums that we are supporting. So before we get into a transaction with anyone, we need to make sure that they are people of good character, good standing, they are credible, they are competent, and they are obviously committed. But I'd say the one key thing that we'd like to add is that preferably they also need to have some experience in the sector. If they don't have it themselves, they must bring in partners who have experience in that particular sector. Then it makes it a lot easier for us then to have the discussion. Cash flows are quite important, so we do want to back businesses that we believe will generate sustainable cash flows over the long term. Where we are providing debt, we have made sure now, I think we have added a credit risk committee at the PIC, and that function, that committee looks essentially at the collateral when we are providing debt. Is that collateral, is it really there? Does the asset cover, will it, if we lend money to a particular business, will we be able to receive our money back? If in the case the business is cannot pay us, what assets can we potentially take, let's say as collateral or security? So we have improved our processes to make sure that the collateral that we get is a lot stronger. I think in terms of on the BEE side, we've had a lot of discussions in the past. We've also structured what we term our sort of a BEE guideline, which talks to what type of sponsors do we want to support in terms of transformation. And one other thing that we've put here, you can say, is contribution. So contribution is not only money, but contribution is also experience. So if you are requesting us to fund you in a sector where you have experience, we obviously then our risk appetite will be low. But if you want us to fund you in a sector that you have zero experience, our risk appetite may be too high. And in that case, we may request you to also put in your own money alongside our clients so that we can share the risk equally. Creditworthiness, and then the other thing is capacity, compliance. And for every business, you need to understand what we call competitiveness and the moats. So this is just as a high level, basically what we would be looking for. The investment process starts with somebody or walking in. So you can either walk into our office with a transaction. You can email it to any of the team. You can send it to our portal on the PIC website. But what we have done is that we do have a system at the PIC where we try to make sure that everything that comes in, whether it's a walk-in, a call, or a coffee, it gets formalized into our electronic system. There is a code that we attach to that transaction, and then it will follow the normal process. It must go to deal screening, where the team assesses it for the mandate fit, our risk appetite. Once it passes through our deal screening committee, it will come to the investments committee to request due diligence, to do a due diligence. And the reason you do that is because the due diligence costs money. So you can't just allow due diligence to happen. We need to make sure that if we are going to be spending money, there's a high likelihood of the transaction converting into a deal. So the team will do a due diligence. They'll go away for about 3 to 6 months conducting the DD. Post that 6 months, they will then come back into the system, bring it to the investment committee, whichever relevant committee approves that transaction. They will propose whether we must reject or accept. In the case where we reject, we will note it. Where we accept, then we may put some conditions on the transaction to say we accept it subject to certain conditions. If I bring it home to, let's say, currently how we do it, a lot of those conditions, subsequent or conditions precedents, these are conditions that you put in the deal. That second layer of us supporting good societal outcomes, making sure your company has women ownership, it has women on the board and youth, making sure that it increases employment in the country. So those societal objectives, typically we would put them as conditions for us to do the transaction. In some cases, we may want them to be concluded very quickly, but it typically takes about 2 to 5 years to say for this particular type of a business, we want you to make sure that your board is transformed, your executive team is transformed, the people that you hire represent the demographics of our country, but also make sure that you can improve employment within the country. So that would be, once you've closed the deal, then it then goes over what we call value add, where we now manage the asset. So typically with every transaction, from day one, there should be a very clear understanding as to how are we going to create value out of that asset. So if from today, if we can't see how that asset is going to grow over the next 10 years, you're potentially not going to invest. But once you've invested, then we track that what we call the baseline assumptions, which the portfolio management team track annually, and they make sure that that business is delivering according to our expectations. So that's the investment process. I think I've spoken about the portfolio overview. I won't go through it. In terms of performance, if you look at the performance over the past, I'll focus Chair on the past 2 years. So the bottom chart is the fund. So maybe let me explain it. So on the bottom chart is the fund, which will be CC and CP. I will use the last line there. So the CP fund, you can see in the past year, it has delivered 15.58% versus a benchmark of 5.7%, or versus the CPI target of 5.7%, which means we have outperformed the CPI objective by nearly 10% over the past year. Over the last 2 years, we have outperformed it by nearly 300 basis points. And then over the last 3 years, you can see we are lagging marginally under half a basis points. But over the last 5 years, we have achieved what we were set to do on the CP, CC, and the UIF funds. The top part is the fund versus benchmarks. And again, if you just look in the last 2 years, you can see for the CC funds, both funds are outperforming over the last 2 years. So we are quite comfortable with the performance of the fund relative to its objectives. We are quite comfortable with the performance of the fund relative to benchmarks. But as you can see, the last year has been a phenomenal year with returns in excess of 15% for both funds. So when we get to the SRI portfolio, Chair, so the SRI portfolio, like I said, since about 2019, we had not made any new investments except on the SMME fund, which I think it was a 2 billion rand allocation to us. But we have not made any allocations. We've been managing the fund. So if you look at this slide, we have classified the fund as, maybe from the bottom chart, as exited transactions. And what we typically use to measure performance on the unlisted side, it's what we call a multiple of invested capital. So the multiple of invested capital means for every R1 that I have invested in the business, what is the times money back on that R1? So in this case, on the exited investments, you can see Solar Capital DR, it was about 1.54. I think Africa Oil, there was a historical issue with it that did not turn out well. And we have assets which we have classified to be in turnaround and value add. These assets are either in business rescue or potentially facing liquidations, and some of them have huge litigations behind them. So that cluster, you can see it's only at about 0.9x, which means for the R1 that we've invested, the money, the value of those assets, it's only 90 cents. And on the top part is assets that are currently doing or
Sorry, let me
okay.
ask. So when you say for every R1, so 1.9x, doesn't it mean R1 90 cents? Does
Yes.
it mean you
That's
said 90
correct.
cents?
No, I said 0.9x.
Yeah.
Well, maybe
Okay. I must have heard wrong, so that's
Okay,
why
check.
I'm okay.
Thank
That's
you.
fine. So you said 0.9, not
Not-
1.9.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
All right, yeah.
Technically, we lost money on those.
On that
I think
one,
to
yeah.
put it in simple English,
Yes.
we lost money.
Yeah. So just on the CF fund, you can see again on exited transactions, we've exited at about 1.4x. So you've made 40 cents on the R1 on the exited transactions. The transactions that are in trouble under the CF are listed under that bucket called the TOVA bucket. And these are either going through potential financial distress. So there's a huge distress on those businesses, are likely potentially facing liquidations, they are likely facing BR, or we have put what we call a chief restructuring office into those business. And the other ones, it's where we are now, it's a legal issue. We are recovering assets for our fund. And you can see those assets, it's about 0.3x. And hence, I think on those ones, on MOSA, we have filed, I think we are obviously, where we can, we are going after the directors in their personal capacity. And then on the funds that are doing relatively well, you can see on the CF where we have 1x, it means what we've put in, that value is still worth it. It's still worth R1, and we are doing what we call portfolio optimizations. And you can see a lot of the assets are largely healthcare assets and SME assets. And there is a strategy that the team is working on to optimize that book. If you look on the next page, Chair, is just what we call a vintage analysis. So this slide, to make it easy, it shows you when transactions were, I'm gonna just go through to the CF1 to make it easy. So this shows you when transactions in CF were consummated. And it shows you the transactions that are currently in distress or where we have impairments, where were they consummated. And I think maybe if you look on the overall book at the PIC, you can see, Chair, a lot of the transactions that were made that we have issues with is 2015, 2016, 2017 transactions. In 2020, you can see there wasn't much. In 2021, there is a little bit, but from 2022, 2023, we did not have investments that gone south, and we've been investing quite a lot from 2022, over 20 billion. And we did have an issue on the CF fund with a company called Enable Capital, which is a small financing.
No, before you go there, so
Yeah.
I'm going to try and walk us through the explanation in a way that's easier to follow, right? So, and if I get anything wrong, please
Will correct.
stop me, right? So there's a slide there that says post-party commissions. So by way of explanation, this was a commission of inquiry appointed by the president to look at investments by the PIC that were said to be questionable and make decisions about what the PIC got wrong in its own governance and in the manner in which it made those decisions, one, and secondly, to look at the management of each of those investments in those companies. I'm summarizing so that people understand. The portion that that has got a red dots, that triangle, that rectangle, that incomplete rectangle, is the period after the commission has done its work. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, in your explanation earlier, you said that what the Auditor General presented to us by way of funds that have not yielded any money, those were investments made between which years? Can you just say that?
They are made, Chair, between, you can see most of them is 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016. So there hasn't been a lot of investments in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's just go, so just stay with me. So what you are saying is that what the Auditor General has raised are investments made between 2015 and 2019 or 2018,
Yeah.
thereabouts,
Yes.
okay? The reason they matter now is that the PIC is still invested in those companies, even though for some of them there have been issues and so on. So these are issues that are showing up in audit outcomes because the Auditor General cannot simply forget that something happened when the investment has been made. All right. So that part is correct.
That's
okay?
correct.
What you are also saying is that one of the ways in which you assess whether an investment is performing or not is to see the value of that investment relative to what the PIC put in. Yes. So if the PIC puts in 100 million, you want to see whether if the PIC were to sell that investment to someone else, how much would they then pay back to the PIC? And when you are talking about the X's there, you are saying, if we put in 100 million, when we say 0.9X, we mean we would actually only be able to sell it for 90 million,
That's correct.
not 100 million, which means the entity whose funds we invested has then lost 10 million rand in that investment. So that's what the X's mean. When you say that.
That is correct.
Now, I need us to then go back to that slide. And please focus on the column where the X's that matter are. Because it's important then that people are able to follow it. So the CF in this slide is the compensation fund, for
That's
example.
correct.
Now, there is a prepayments, market value, and so on. Then there's total value. And then there's IR, which I assume is internal rate of return or
Yes.
something along those lines. Now, you then get to the X's. Which X's must we look at there? There's 0X, 0.9X in the case of Pudulile. So which one matters for the purposes of this conversation? Which column are you referring to?
The last column matters.
The last
most.
column is MOIC.
Yes.
What does MOIC mean?
Multiple of invested capital.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the multiple of invested capital. So if we're looking at that, so if you look at Razorite Health Fund, you put in 800 million, the investment is worth how much now?
The investment will be worth 778.
So it's worth 778, which means we are 22 million rand short
Yeah.
of the 800 million, right? So that's what it means. So anyway, that's why I'm doing all of this, so that people can see. Okay. Then where it says TOVA, what is that? What does that mean?
Yeah, so TOVA, these are the assets that we had. It means turnaround and value add. It's a division within the PIC
Right.
that focuses on investments that we believe are in financial distress
Right.
and they require a turnaround strategy.
Okay, so what it means is that the money is invested in, you looking at the value of the investment, and you realize the investment is going backwards.
Yes.
Right, which means it now needs an intervention to see if we cannot work with that entity to get it back up again. Okay. Can you just tell us about what is the standard for you to decide, we need to make an investment? I would imagine that, 0.9, 0.8, depending on market conditions, could be okay, right? At which point do you guys decide this is going wrong? We need to intervene here. Can you explain those kind of decisions?
Okay.
And secondly, the kind of interventions you make, right? And at which point do you decide this has actually gone bad, it's not going to work? Can you do that? So that because this is a very important slide, and there's a similar slide for UIF,
yes,
right?
Yes.
So we will show that, but let's use this one for the purposes of explanation.
Yeah. So, Chair, what we do is that the portfolio management team within the PIC, they do the monitoring side of the businesses. And monitoring talks to, is the business performing in line with our revenue expectations? Are the profits going in the right direction? They would assess the macroeconomic environment. They would assess the industry that business is involved with, the competitive landscape. So what we had created was actually a watch list with the turnaround and value add team, which covers the macro side, industry side, the business side, and the competitive landscape of each business. And there's about 20 to 24 flags or metrics that we look at. If that watch list says to us that there's just too many rates and there's something that we don't understand, obviously the easiest one is the business liquid, is it solvent, but that's towards the end. The key watch list for us is that, are we missing our revenue and profit lines? Or has there been a change in the regulatory environment that may impact negatively this business? Or has there been a lot of competition coming in where this business is now starting to lose market share? So we've created that watch list indicator with the TOVA team, and all the investments are monitored based on that. Where we see a lot of rates, the PMV team has an obligation to then transfer the asset to the turnaround and value add team. What you don't want to do is to transfer it when the business is nearly going to ICU. So you want to take it while you think it still has a bit of a cold or a cough, and you can see the symptoms, and we can quickly sort it out. So that's the large matrix. Once those assets are moved to TOVA, then the turnaround and value add team, what we do, we work with turnaround specialists in the country. So we have created a panel of experts who can turn around businesses, and we would draw on those expertise. So if we take, let's say, I don't know, let me not mention names. Let's take any business. We will do, first step is to do what we call a deep dive analysis. That deep dive analysis is basically, and is done by the independent. They would do an analysis of the business in its entirety, the market, the economy, the product, the services that they provide, the competition landscape, and they would give us that report and say, this is the situation of this business. And in that report, they would have options as to how we can turn around that business. That team would then bring it to the investments committee. We will assess the options. And in some cases, some business require capital for them to be turned around. Some don't require capital. They require just partnerships and other means for us to turn them around. So we will receive that report, and we will make a decision as to what we want to do to turn around those businesses. I don't know, Chair, if I've covered.
Sure. No, that's fine. I think that covers it. So be patient with me then. So you will then make an intervention. I can see where it says TOVA, it's either 0, 0.6, whatever.
Yeah.
Now, when you get to the exited, what are the reasons for you exiting? Is it always because something is going bad, or do you reach a certain stage also where you decide, okay, this business is well on its feet, we can make a bit of money here, and we're going to leave these guys to now carry on and put the money somewhere? Can you explain that? Because the reason I'm asking is because I'm looking at exited, and I'm looking at all of those entities there, 1.8, 1.9, 2x, 1.7, 0.1, 1.5. Most of them are above 1, which means if the when the PIC sold, we made more than we
Invested.
went in. Explain that.
Yes. So a key part of our secondary objective is to support transformation. So once we have supported a business and that business has grown, when we see that the returns are now commensurate with our hurdle rates, our targeted returns, but also our clients' expectations. So once we see that we've made money, we've supported transformation in a particular sector, we are happy to exit those investments, take that capital, look for others who may have identified newer opportunities in other sectors who require capital for us to support them. So the bottom ones, Chair, on the exited, you can see largely we do want to exit when we've made money, but on some, you can see there's one there, Afriquel. In some cases where the business just goes into liquidation, that's a forced exit. You can't, there's not much you can do. But where we are making the decision as the investments team to exit, we want to exit when we know that we have made money for our clients, and we know that we can recycle that capital, but we are now recycling a lot more capital than we put in before into newer investments, and we continue the same theme, Chair.
Okay. Please, yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to maybe just before we close, because one of the biggest challenges that has contributed to our clients, the UIF and CIF, having challenges with their audits is around the annual financial statements of some of the investee companies. And I think it's important that we speak to that and make sure, and the CFO will speak around the interventions that we are undertaking to assist our clients in that regard, because that's, I think, is one of the biggest challenges that contributes to the findings on the investment side with our clients, Chair, if you allow.
And of course, can you just switch off your mic? The more mics are on, the less audible we become. Yes, okay, so you can see now it's more audible. Yeah, so I think we're getting close to questions. So what I need us to do now is there were entities, and we will do what you are saying, because I think that's important. So there are entities that are then identified in the Auditor General's report. So what we need you to do then is to now talk to that. So that's the first thing. The second thing, you then speak to what the chief executive is saying, because it will then get, well, the CFO will do that. What the CEO is speaking to, I think we will then be getting home. Okay, all right.
There are challenges with them.
The ones that are the reason we're talking to one another today. Because one of the things I learned when I was in the newspapers is that when readers are happy, they don't write letters. You know you're doing well when readers don't write you letters, but make a mistake, they will write you lots of letters. So it's no different here. We are happy with a part of the portfolio that is performing. We have a particular problem with what the Auditor General reported. So let's get to that now. Let's hear that story.
Yes, Chair. I think this slide is very important. So those assets that are in TOVA, or turnaround and value add team, those are the assets where you have a 90% chance of not receiving Fs on them. And maybe let me start, I'll talk
Fs being financial statements.
Annual financial statements.
Okay.
Oh, I'll get better, Chair. Yeah, so those assets that are in TOVA, because you have a financially distressed business, what happens first is that in a financially distressed business, you may find the key people who make decisions, CEOs, CFOs, or the C-suites, decides to resign. So first of all, because they can see there is an issue coming, they potentially exit the business. And then you're left maybe with the management or a lot of acting people trying to piece issues together. So the first thing is that in any financially distressed business, especially in South Africa, if you're a board member and you can see a company is going to be insolvent, because the obligation is now to you individually as a board member, some of those people will say, no, we decide to move on. And that's where now it becomes, we as the PIC, along with my astute chair here, we then have to think about how do we then save those businesses. And the critical part of it is to make sure that we have functioning boards. So we must make sure that those businesses have functioning boards, they have functioning C-suites. If there are no functioning executives, if they are not there, can we enlist other private partners to come in to support the business through either a chief restructuring office, or simply you just get a partner who understands the particular sector to come help you while you sort out the issues. So it's financial distressed businesses, it's businesses that are in litigation. There could have been, and most of them where we are in litigation, it's long outstanding litigation. When a business is in litigation, nobody wants to take responsibility of sending you Fs, because annual financial statements, because you don't know whether those, you can't rely on them. So litigation, financial distress businesses, and also if businesses go into business rescue, they are now under control of the business rescue practitioner, who in their role, their first duty is to find a way to save and rescue the business. They are not interested or obligated to issue annual financial statements. It's not what they do. So where businesses are either in liquidation, in BR, we can't get those annual financial statements. And this is what's creating a big issue. But where a business is performing okay, or relatively okay, even if maybe it's underperforming, profits are down, those ones we typically get the Fs, and there are no issues. So the top ones, we don't typically have issues with Fs, but those ones that are in TOVA, there's always an issue. And the last one, it's businesses that have been liquidated. So once a business has been liquidated, you can't get those Fs. But obviously, Chair, anything that is currently undergoing a court process, it can take 7, 8, 10 years, and you don't, in that case, or if it's under BR, we have tried, and it's difficult for us to get those Fs. So those are the themes. And when CC has to, I think the key pain point between us as the asset manager and obviously our client has been on those assets as to, we need to find a solution to solve for it, because CC then gets an audit finding because of those issues, but we are also unable to get these annual financial statements if the business is in BR or there's a long litigation on it. But we are working on a process which I want the CFO to largely cover for us. CFO.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. I think we can just keep it at that slide, because there's just one issue that the auditors have got, and that's a limitation of scope in terms of getting the verified financial information. So in a perfect world, what the auditors want is audited financial statements, because those give them the assurance that what the management says is there, it is in fact there. So what happens when the financial year ends are not aligning to the clients, being UIF and CF, we then have to use management accounts, which we do provide. And when we provide those, the auditors want those to be verified. Now, we have been engaging with the auditors ourselves. We no longer go through the management of UIF and CF. So what they want there is limited assurance. But what that means is that we must get auditors in place to go look at the management accounts, because they say, I cannot rely on these management accounts which are covering this difference of the period in year ends. And that is what we are resolving for now with the auditors, because they have made it clear what that means for them. So we would have to get the service providers, like the auditors, to look at this information, and if that's what it takes. However, the issue I think the CIO has raised about the investments that are under liquidation, you're not going to find management there. So those are the ones that we are discussing with them. If, though there's still a value we say is there, it speaks to the security that was being mentioned. So if there was a building that we took as security and we say it's there, they want that to be verified. They want that to be verified by an independent party. So that is what we are now working on. And the valuation of financial assets was also mentioned as an issue. Now, our process is that we do valuations are done by external valuers. We do not do them as PIC. So that gives assurance to the clients that these valuations indeed have been done without any interference from ourselves as PIC. However, the issue with the UIF and CF that the auditors have is the fact that how these valuations are done do not speak to the standards of UIF and CF, which is GRAP. So maybe they will speak to IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards, and not necessarily GRAP. So those are the issues that we are resolving now. I think we have meeting of minds in terms of what are the real issues, Chair.
Yeah, those solutions.
Sorry, can I ask, so can you explain GRAP?
Generally,
Accounting.
no, it's not general assembly.
No, just explain it. You don't need to say what the acronym.
It's a financial standards. So it would be how you prepare your financial statements must be governed by standards. And therefore, for UIF and CF, they are governed by GRAP. And
is it because they are government entities?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm getting to. So what you are saying, therefore, is that you are dealing with entities that use different financial reporting standards, okay? So the entities which are not in government, which is what we see here, fall under IFRS, and the government itself uses a different standard. When the auditors do their work, they must now try and reconcile these two. Now, what happens in practice then? So just give a sense of why this creates a difficulty if it does, because that's what we want to get to as a committee.
So what happens, Honorable Chair, is that when the information that is prepared under IFRS speaks differently to what GRAP wants, especially I'll limit it to the financial assets, where if then UIF or CF holds a certain percentage, being more than 25%, then there's equity accounting that is required by that standard in terms of GRAP. So then the information that you have, hence they want it with some limited assurance that has been done on these financial statements. So hence I said at the beginning, if it's audited financial statements, even if it is IFRS, it means auditors have gone there and have verified that all is well. But they cannot then rely on the management accounts, which we do during every month, because those ones, there isn't any assurance on them.
So, Chair, so the solution, we are currently working on a number of solutions to try and address the challenges that impact on the UIF and the CF. The challenge in the first instance is that to the extent that most of these are historical, it's very difficult to solve because they are what they are. So when the Auditor General who audits the accounts of the UIF and the CF goes to audit the CF and the UIF, and there are problems with the fact that the accounts of the investee companies that need to be what we call verified. They can't be verified because they were never verified. So if you look at that vintage analysis that the CFO showed to say there are these problems with these investments from mostly 2016, 17, and 18, unfortunately, those are what they are, and that's what is creating problems for the CF. So what we are trying to do is to solve the problem going forward by creating structures that will make sure that the challenges of aligning GRAP and IFRS, so the accounting standard of the government entities and the accounting standards for the investee companies, which are private entities, to make sure that they are reconciled. That solves the problem going forward. It doesn't solve the historical problems. And that's why they are facing the challenges that you then have to deal with when they are brought to you by the Accountant General.
Thank you, by the Auditor General. So I just want to get to the point where we can at least ask the Deputy Minister or the Chairman questions before he leaves, right? So what then happens as a result is that this problem shows up in the audit of the compensation fund and the UIF. And they sit here and we ask them questions about a problem that emanated from an entity outside in funds managed by the PIC, and they sit at the UIF not able to answer the questions of how we ended up here, which is why we now have you guys here to help us understand these questions. Okay, I do understand then. I think we've explained enough in the process. I think what is remaining is for you to just summarize specifically. So what are you doing now? So when you say we've created structures, that doesn't help. We need to know, what are these structures? What are they trying to do? And how will this then lead to a different picture in the audit outcomes of the UIF and the compensation fund? Then we will go to questions.
Thank you, Chair. So the historical problems are not going to be solved. So that's, I think, is the first point to make. But going forward, what we are trying to do to solve the problem is that when the challenge arises with the multiple different entities in which we are investing on behalf of the client. So for instance, you find that the UIF has 23 investee companies. Not all of them have year ends that align to the UIF, and therefore it is not likely that we'll have the audited financial statements at the same date that is aligned to them having their accounts audited. So there was always this misalignment that creates an issue around how the AG, the Auditor General, views the information that is provided to close the gap between the year end of the investee company and the year end of the audited entity, being the UIF or the CEF. So that gap is very difficult to close because it just persists. So what we are trying to do is we are creating an entity, a fund, where all the investments of the UIF will be housed under, and the Auditor General will not actually audit every single one of those. Well, they'll be able to have sight of it from an assurance perspective, but when they actually do the auditing, they will audit the single company, which the PIC will make sure that the information that is required to make sure that the Auditor General, when they're auditing their clients, is happy with the fact that this entity in totality still meets the requirements to give the assurance to the Auditor General that the entities are actually solved. So the problem then becomes the PICs want to solve in the entity, and the clients only have to provide the one entity into the Auditor General when the Auditor General is auditing the financial statements. CFO, have I represented you properly?
You have.
Oh, okay. So that's how we are doing it, Chair.
Any other remarks? Because I want us to go to questions. I think that's sufficient explanation, unless you feel there's something earth-shattering that would be. During the course of the questions, like, what difference have you made? And so on, I've seen their slides. In answer, you can then pull up the slide and show. The members primarily wanted to know, so what happened with these investments? What are you doing about it? When, are these funds going to get their money back? Are we looking at a catastrophic loss of money here or not, etc., etc.? So those are the type of questions the committee has. Do you have anything else to add before I give the honourable members a chance to fire away? Some of them are in camouflage. I'm not saying they're guns. I'm not saying they're guns to fire with where they are, but it means they are ready. They have been training. Okay, so honourable members, thank you very much, Chair and Chief Executive and everybody who's spoken so far. So may I ask the following: given that the chairman and deputy minister has asked for indulgence, and we've got some agencies in this time, given the session in the afternoon, that we start with questions for the chair of the PIC. I don't want him to walk out of here without having to answer some of the questions we have. So can we prioritize questions for the deputy minister, and then we will stay and deal with questions with everyone else? May I ask, what, you must be there at 11, which means we need to give you another 10-15 minutes to walk. Yeah, you look like you run. You can run. Okay, good. We'll give you 5 minutes then. No, we'll manage the time.
Join me on the 8th of June for Comrade.
For Comrade. Okay, we have a chairperson who can run fast here. Okay, so I'm going to manage the time. I think we have 30 minutes. Can we please prioritize questions for the chair of the PIC, if we can, and then we will deal with the chief executive and everyone else once we're done. Thank you. I'll start with you. I'll start this side because I always start there and then you complain. Or you're not ready. Are you ready? Good. Okay. Let me start this side for a change so that I'm not accused of things.
Thank you again, Chair. Good morning to the team and to the colleagues from the PIC. It's always great to have you guys. Thank you so much for the time and the effort. Chair, yeah, I hear you that we need, to prioritize specifically questions before the Chair leaves. So I'm just trying to decipher now. So forgive me if, it's a question, Chair, that might need to be addressed by somebody else, and I'll respect that. So, having just listened to the presentation and read up a few issues, it is admittedly for ordinary South Africans, as Chair might have mentioned, that are watching, somewhat of a not so easy presentation to comprehend, in terms of all the numbers and slides. And I think that's understandable for all of us. So, I'll just get straight to the point and be concise, Chair. I wanted to understand, in terms of credit worthiness, okay? So to what extent is due diligence done? Now, maybe the team could answer that, but it's a major concern when I look at all the reports. So what comes to mind for me as a normal individual out there, as to what level is credit worthiness being practiced here because of all these somewhat negative numbers that we see on these slides? And then could somebody just also please, Chair, explain and educate me on what is meant by defensive assets? Okay, I just want to digest that very. And then, of course, the famous compensation fund. There is this issue on Musa Capital. which is in liquidation, I'm not sure what are the assets there, what is the likelihood of some recovery, because what I'm hearing is that we kind of in trouble there. Okay, and then Chair, quick one, another 3 more. Yes, the main cause of distress in companies are, of course, poor board governance. Now, we see this in terms of all the AGSA reports that come through to us, Chair. It all starts with people, I think, really. And poor board governance is a major issue for us within, governance and in government, of course. So, the poor governance obviously shows or leads to a lack of internal controls, if my understanding of this is correct. So then I would like to hear from the PIC, what quality advice would you give us as members of the committee in terms of how we should be addressing or urgently approaching this issue of poor governance, because I think it's a legacy that's coming on, Chair, and this is why we see the numbers that we see. So I'd like to know and understand, what advice would you give us, how should we urgently approach this situation of poor governance? And then 2 more, Chair. There's a special credit committee which I've read about here. And now the special credit committee, I'd like to know who sits on this special credit risk committee. Who are these individuals? Would you say that they are being proactive? I mean, considering all these distressed transactions, so, this special risk committee, I'd like to hear that. And then finally, Chair, my last one, on how many legal actions are currently being instituted right now, and how much is this costing us in terms of the legal processes that are going on? So that's my share for today, Chair. Thank you again for taking me first.
All right, thank you. Members, can I ask that to the extent that you can hold the other questions in abeyance, that's specifically, thank you, Honourable Isaac, for the chair of the PIC, yeah, so that we get through the questions quicker. Sorry.
Yeah, Chair, maybe we should say those who've got questions for the chair, let them raise hands. Okay. Yeah, because members, they feel obliged to put questions. And, some questions we are not directed to the chair.
That's an elegant suggestion, so, and I accept it fully. Those who have questions for the chair, please, so I'll just go down the list. If you don't have a question, then it's fine. So Honourable Madlala, you are covered by Honourable Gubek. Okay, we'll go down that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the DM and greetings to the team from PIC. Chair, just it's more one question. And Chair, allow me to shift slightly away from compensation fund and UIF, specifically for the Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, I think with PIC controlling over 2.6 trillion rand under management, and with the DM in charge, basically, of PIC, why is PIC not asked to help the current budget crisis that faces our country now, with the minister having to ask or request that there be a 0.5% VAT hike this year and another 0.5% VAT hike next year? I think, would it not be better for government to borrow, as this is the second question now, would it not be better for the government to borrow from PIC when it comes to any other investments that they are looking to gain, rather than borrowing from high interest loans from IMF and World Bank? Thank you, Chair.
And ndibulele sihlalo, ndibulise ku Deputy Minister ne qembu eli lisuka kwa Public Investment Commission nabantu bakwa Auditor General namalungu e-committee. To the Deputy Minister, who would also be regarded as a political head of the board, and given that the Public Investment Corporation or company has a social mandate in a space, in a competitive space where you are competing with private equities or private fund managers or portfolio managers, would you then say that at a strategic level, a part of the problems that the fund managers or the portfolio managers find themselves in could be linked to that need to fulfill a social mandate? Because in the essentially what we are getting from the presentation is that bad investments were made by the PIC. I don't know if it was a lack of due diligence or the investments were made in startup companies that had no history of good performance. I think I will get an answer around that. So looking at these investments that were made, for example, Mazwe Financial Services, I think that would be a black-owned financial services company that is trying to find its way in a very competitive market. So what is the impact, the political impact now of on the investments that are made? As the board chairperson, do you point to the PIC to say these are the companies that you need to go and invest in? Because there was a question that was lingering in my mind as the presentation was made, when they speak about the turnaround and value add. There's mention of support. Then I was a bit confused. Where is it business support or investment support? Because you spoke about going into the companies. If there is a failure at a board level, the way you would intervene, to my understanding, I think that would be going over and above what is expected of a portfolio manager or a fund manager if they have to go into the governance of a company. So, DM, just give us what is the impact of trying to fulfill a social impact or a social mandate? Does it have limitations? Does it limit the ability of the PIC to be competitive in a very, very fluid markets? Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. And good day to honorable members. The PIC, as led by the Chair, who's the DM, and the CEO, and the entire team and other stakeholders present. No, we really appreciate the presentation. I think it has assisted us a lot in grappling with these issues, particularly challenges that are facing the compensation fund and the unemployment insurance fund. Just one question to the chairperson, who's the deputy minister also. DM, as the board, have you managed to address all the issues that were raised by the Mpati Commission? If not, what are the impediments in that regard? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Maduna, I'm assuming you're not going to ask. Honorable Bila. Thank you. Honorable Nilmay.
And thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and good morning to the Deputy Minister, to your team here before us and colleagues. Deputy Minister, you would recall that in 2019, President Cyril Ramaphosa launched the SASME Fund CEO Circle. And according to the Integrated Annual Report of 2020, it mentions that the PIC committed 500 million alongside more than 50 listed businesses. that have committed approximately 1.4 billion to the fund, of which 1.2 billion has already been deployed. This 500 million commitment is incredible and ought to be applauded. Now, given the PIC's commitment of the 500 million to the SME fund made in 2020, can you provide the committee with an update on the impact of this investment on the SME sector? And notably the success, and if there are any lessons learned with regards to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. So let me start on the question asked by Honorable Kubeka. The question asked by Honorable Isak, I would suggest that the team tackle it.
Although he did ask, made a point about board governance, I think, which is your purview as Chair.
Okay. So on the, why is the PIC not helping government given the current fiscal challenges that we have? Firstly, we believe that as and when we invest in the economy, we're contributing to economic growth, which is necessary for setting up the necessary conditions for investment and growing our tax base. Because as you invest in all these assets, you grow in the economy, people get employed, companies make profits, and we tax the revenue that they generate from those investments. But secondly, we also lend money to SOEs. We buy government bonds, and in that way, we are contributing to what's the helping government to finance its infrastructure, social services, and so on and so on. Now, there was an issue about, this is government now, that the government should have the contribution holiday to the pension fund. Look, I think it's important for us, whatever solution we're finding to finance our requirements as a state, the solution has to be permanent. In other words, if there's a permanent expenditure line, it has to be accompanied by permanent revenue source. So if you're going to make, say, government this year, you should not be contributing towards pension for workers. That's a once-off. And if your expenditure is long-term, there will be a mismatch there, and you may be creating a fiscal role for the future and setting the necessary conditions for the fiscal crisis. But from the PIC side, we do make contributions insofar as the helping our fiscal situation to improve. The second issue was the mandate or contribution insofar as the social mandate is concerned. So as and when we deploy money in order to help our clients to generate better returns, we also have an eye on the social impact. So our philosophy is that the investment that we're making should not only generate returns, including going beyond the expected returns by the clients, but must also make an impact insofar as transformation is concerned. And our view about transformation includes influencing, changing the demographic ownership of the economy. It also includes changing the economic structure. If you look at our GDP now, manufacturing has been receiving, has been declining from 1994, and as required by the Act itself, the PIC Act, we're expected to make a contribution insofar as that is concerned. And we can give you the numbers on what has been our role insofar as manufacturing is concerned. The third part around transformation is also the question about rural and urban divide, and our role in that regard in supporting the rural areas. So I think our mandate, which is derived from the clients themselves, because we don't necessarily on our own decide on what we do insofar as where we should be investing. We take mandate from GPF, Government Employee Pension Fund, UIF, as well as the compensation fund. The second thing or issue around this issue is that we don't get involved ourselves as the board in investment decisions. We give strategic guidelines arising from the mandate, but also from the law itself. And it's for this reason that the governance structures that we have, we said, look, Mpati said we need to separate the role of the CEO from CIO, because in the past you had a CIO and a CEO under one person. And Mpati said we need to separate that. We've done that. But secondly, in order to increase efficiencies, and I mean, at the beginning, the investment committee, during the transitional board, which really did a lot of work as well on governance, we've said that the investment committee, we need to have a group investment committee and sub-investment committees in order to have efficiencies. Be that as it may, the board doesn't get involved in the investment decisions because it's also required by the Act governing the investment, the Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services Act, FAIS, requires certain key individuals to be responsible for investment processes within the PIC. So the board doesn't get involved in investment decisions. We set a strategy and monitor to make sure that the management performs in line with the board strategy, but also what the client requires of us as the PIC. Now, when we invest in companies, we do also recommend, have the right to appoint board members, but as you can imagine, we're not usually the only investors in those investee companies. There are other investors who also have the right to appoint directors. So we have a very clear criteria on who should sit in those investee companies on behalf of the PIC. Yes, they don't account to the PIC because their fiduciary duty is to the company itself. But in terms of the criteria, we're very rigorous. We set a very clear criteria according to which people get appointed into these investee companies. On the question asked, I think it was asked by Honorable Skosana on Mpati. So, like I said at the beginning, Mpati identified 3 areas. The governance of the PIC, which is largely the role of the shareholder, including yourselves here, in setting the law according to which the PIC should conduct itself. And there's an issue about the recommendation in relation to the governance in the PIC itself. And that has been the function of the board. From where we're sitting, we've done 100%. We have given the report to the shareholder, and the shareholder is assessing on whether we have indeed done 100% of the things that Mpati said we should do. And once the shareholder, the minister, is satisfied, he will send that report to the president, because you'll recall that this Mpati commission was a commission appointed by the president. And there was an issue about the SMMEs. Now, we don't usually invest directly ourselves as the PIC into SMMEs, but we invest in companies that are knowledgeable about investment in SMMEs. And the logic for that is that we are avoiding high volume and low return. In other words, can you imagine if we were to invest as per the mandate of our client, let's say half of what is under our management in SMMEs. There are so many. And if anything goes wrong, like you have seen here, in one SMME, the amount of time that you require to sort out that SME or that wrong investment, bad investment in that SMME is the same amount that you require to sort out an investment of 3 billion, 5 billion. So we believe in SMMEs because we do think that these are important agents for economic growth. And the way we do it is through intermediaries, in which we say there's an entity that is quite good in supporting and financing SMMEs, and we allocate some amount in that regard, and those companies in which we invest in for them to support SMMEs, we expect certain returns, and they continuously report to us. And Chair, we can give a detailed account in that regard in terms of the impact as well as the performance. With that, I really want to thank the opportunity and for your permission to allow me to go and to the Cabinet Committee meeting. And I think if there's anything, we are always available to come back to the committee to report, because we believe that it is this committee that helps us in dealing with some of the blind spots that we may have as the board, as the PIC, as the company. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair and Deputy Minister. So what we'll do is, so your colleague, the Honourable Finance Minister, has agreed. We were supposed to have done this already, had the budget run to plan, to appear before the committee to deal with various matters, including the expenditure reviews that you have done over the years, as well as various policy matters that pertain to this. So what we will do is we will just ask that you come back as part of that delegation, so that we can explore some more some of the broader policy issues the members may have in that context, because I am certain that even in that conversation there would be matters pertaining to the PIC and other areas within your portfolio in terms of the delegation of powers within the National Treasury itself. That is likely to be soon after we come back from the April public holidays and the leave period and so on. But we will communicate with the Office of the Minister so that you can have that conversation as soon as possible. But otherwise, thank you very much. Can I propose, because we've been sitting for nearly 2 hours, that we take a 15-minute body break. We come back at 11, and then we will proceed to questions until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members. So I think we should resume so that we don't run into a problem with regards to the schedule in the House. And Honorable Isaac had asked some questions. He has had to go to an emergency meeting in his own organization. However, we need to deal with those questions as well. So may I, is Honorable Madlala coming back, do you know? Oh, he's coming back. So can I just propose that we deal with Honorable S. Isaac's other questions, and then we get to the rest of the members so that we don't forget them.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. We will share the answers to some of the questions. Some are broad, and I will try and address those. And the CIO, in most cases, and the CFO will assist in answering those. There was a question around the use of a language. What is a defensive asset? The CIO will address that. There was a question around Musa. We might not necessarily be in a position to give the details because that's an entity that we are currently in litigation with. And some of the directors are US-based, and we're trying to take action against those directors in their personal capacities. The chair answered the issues around issues of governance, so that's been covered. There was a question about the legal actions that we are currently involved with. In some instances, Chair, we might not have the direct answers, and we'll come back to committee on some of those because they require very specific responses. There was a question around the issues around creditworthiness and the credit committee. Chair, the credit committee was one of the recommendations that came out of Mpati. Traditionally, the Public Investment Corporation invested in what we call listed entities or public markets. In that instance, you are investing in the same market as everybody else, and the disciplines that are required yes, you need to do diligence, but you rely quite a lot in terms of how the market helps you to assess the investments in that space. And then when the mandate to invest in the unlisted environment, which is private markets, was first given to the PIC, it was an area where the PIC didn't have the expertise, and in some instances, in the initial investments that were made in the private unlisted markets, that are part of the conversation that we're having with the committee today, some of the disciplines that are required were not actually at the PIC. And that might have led to some of the challenges that we experienced with those investments. Not 100%. I'm not saying that's all the explanation as to why there were difficulties, but one of the difficulties was simply because it was an environment that we're still learning. And the benefit of the that we have derived from the findings and recommendations of the commission, of the Mpati Commission, was to get pointers around how we can strengthen the environment to be able to do the work that we need to do. And one of those areas was this one, where we invest in terms, as the CIO indicated, either through equity investments, so buying part ownership in our investee companies, or lending into those entities. Historically, we used to invest in them and buying parts of those, which is buying equities in those entities. But when we started lending, we didn't necessarily have all the structures that are required for you to be able to provide lending. And one of those structures was a credit committee to be able to help you to assess the creditworthiness of that entity, and to make sure that you are taking the appropriate risk, and you have the appropriate risk mitigants, so that you try to manage the risk that you are exposed to in those investments. And the creation of the credit committee was as part of the recommendation that came out of the recommendation. So we do now have a credit committee at the PIC that helps us to assess the credit that we are taking and the creditworthiness of the entities that we invest in. So that's the first question. The second one was to who are the people that participate in that. Largely, and again, emanating from the recommendations of the Mpati Commission, is that there was a specific role created of the chief risk officer that helps us to manage both the risk of the enterprise, the PIC, but also to assess the risk of the entities in which we invest. So now we have a chief risk officer. Currently, our chief risk officer is Mr. August van Heerden. Of course, we couldn't bring the whole team, but now he is an executive in the executive suite in the same as ourselves, myself, the CFO, the CIO, and the chief operating officer as well. So the chief risk officer is the chair of that committee, and some of his staff members also participate to provide the technical expertise, as well as the people who actually make the decisions around investment. So there will be people that come from the CIO's office that present their case and also can articulate the nature of the investments so that the credit committee understands the credit that they are taking and helps in that decision-making process. Also, you have other participants being people who are involved in our internal audit processes, being participants in the credit audit process, as well as, again, emanating from the Party Commission's recommendations. We now have an ethics office that also looks in terms of making sure that we conduct ourselves in the right manner, in the right way, at the right time, so that we actually work to meet the requirements and aspirations of our clients, and of course the law. So they then participate in the credit committee to assist in making sure that we do assess the concept of credit worthiness. Are you worthy of being given the money, and do you have the ability to secure that money and pay back in terms of your operations as an entity? So that's what I think the questions around credit worthiness and what the committee actually does is, Chair. And then I think the chair answered the issues around Mpati, so I won't dwell on that. And then on the, there was a question around the potential or what people might perceive as a potential challenge or dichotomy between investing for financial returns vis-a-vis the social mandate that the PIC has. And the PIC does have a dual mandate in law. So the law is very specific that we need to invest on behalf of our clients, and the client's instructions to make sure we get the return to support the benefits that have been promised to the beneficiaries of those clients, whether it's the government's employees pension fund, the unemployment insurance fund, or the compensation fund. So we need to have a financial return, and that's the primary purpose of our existence, and there's no confusion about that. But the law also provides that we have a secondary mandate, which is, again, the social issues that we need to address, transformation, the structure of the economy, and, of course, dealing with historical issues of the country. So those are codified in the amended PIC Act. Now, the question was, isn't there a conflict in those two? Our experience that there isn't. I think the view is that if you're investing in companies that in their ethos want to do the right things. They want to make sure that they provide appropriate products that are not harming people. They provide services that are not harming people, that they employ people, pay them fairly, and treat their customers fairly, and all those things that go with the social impact requirement. We believe that actually those companies in the long term are the ones that are sustainable. So for that reason, we do not necessarily believe that there is a conflict between the fact that we need to generate a commercial return, which is important, and is the primary reason why we have the mandate on behalf of our clients, and the social return that the law requires us to do, because we believe that in the long term, to put it simply, good companies that do good things should actually survive and actually give a much more sustainable return than companies that maybe in the short term that can take shortcuts and do not so good things and give you what seems to look like a good return, but because of the challenges that they have in their structure in the long term, would actually not actually give you the return that you want in the long term. So we don't believe that there is a conflict between the two. And our experience has been that it is possible to make sure that we provide both good commercial outcomes as well as good social outcomes. Now you're going to say, but why are you having these challenges in the SRI portfolio? Now, the challenges in the SRI portfolio are not emanating from the dichotomy between the two. I think they emanate from a number of things. Number one, maybe in some instances the PIC could have done better, and we know because there was a commission that did its work and made its findings and made its recommendations. So it's not as if the PIC has always been good at doing its job. There's been indication that in the past, and maybe we should also not pretend that we are better than anybody else. We need to consistently make sure we do the right thing in investing, that there were challenges, so we know that. So that's the one. And of course, I think sometimes we need to also remember that the world and South Africa has gone through a major challenge. COVID and the impact of COVID was really very bad, and I think the consequences thereof have not completely gone away, and they've impacted companies. And the smaller, the younger a company is, the more susceptible it was to be dealing with the challenges of the impact of a COVID as a very dislocator in how companies operated. So the environment also contributed to the challenges that have led to some of the underperforming investments that we currently see in our portfolio as an indicator. And of course, there are challenges that are also specific to the companies themselves that have maybe resulted in the challenges that have made us come to the committee to account for the challenges that I think the committee has identified that we are answering to. So the reason why the SRI portfolio has not performed is not because of its nature. I think we need to look at the things that have contributed to that. It's not simply because there is a dichotomy between commercial returns vis-a-vis social returns. We believe that the two are not mutually exclusive from an investment point of view. And then there was the question around, so what kind of support do you provide? I think there are two kinds of support. To the extent that companies need financial support, and there might be instances that they really require financial support, a recapitalization, a cash injection. The team will look at that and assess and make sure that if we do, that we still believe we can, number one, resuscitate the company, and number two, that we will actually be able to get that return in the process of a resuscitated company. So that's the one part of the support that we provide to investee companies. But in some instances, that's not really the one that's required, because money doesn't really solve the problems of the challenges of the operations of the company. So there you need business support. And business support does not always emanate from the PIC, because we might not necessarily be, well, in most instances, we are investors, not operators. So we might not necessarily be able to assist those businesses from an operational perspective. And I think the CIO indicated we then actually, through our what we call our turnaround and value aid, we will then look for expertise that can help those companies to actually improve themselves, if it is possible for them to improve, and then to hopefully overcome the challenges that they are actually experiencing. And in most instances, that is actually the where the support is required, not just necessarily the recapitalization in terms of the money that needs to be provided to those entities. So those are the kind of supports that you actually can provide to an entity, and not all of it comes from the PIC, because we might not necessarily be the best people to be able to do that, and we will then actually seek to use the experts that can actually assist those companies. And then in some instances where the environment has become so challenging, I mean, we know, for instance, a lot of industries in the hospitality industry have failed and will not be revived after COVID. There's nothing you can do other than to try and recover as much as you can do. And that is where you rely on things like what is the security that was provided in, for instance, where you provided loan funding. Did they provide any security, and are you able to derive any security that might give you back some of the money that you invested in the company that you are looking at? I think those at a broad level, I would like to cover those, but CIO, do you want to speak about what is a defensive asset? I mean, I can, but I think it's your territory. So defensive assets are assets, so when you think about the nature of the assets that we invest in, so there are smaller entities that are well, not smaller, maybe it's a relative term. There are new entities that are coming into business. They are fledgling. They are starting to set themselves up. They are in a growth phase. They still have to face a lot of challenges to establish themselves. No, those are more risky, if I can put it that way. And so, yes, you're investing, but you know that you are taking a lot more risk because this entity is either young, it's operating in a new environment, it's offering a new product or a new service that you don't know how it's going to pan out. Now, that's definitely not defensive. But there are assets that you know, they are established companies, they are operating in established environments. You can almost predict how their income is going to be generated. This company sells a product that people will always want to use, and they will probably use it. And I've had the experience of seeing people buy certain products. They will buy this product to the extent that they don't even buy food, and in some instances, they won't even buy food for a child simply because they want to buy this product. I won't say which kind of products that those are, but there are those kinds of products that people will buy regardless of the situation. Now, those are very defensive because you know there will always be income and money that you're going to get. So that's when you talk about a defensive asset, that's what you're talking about. It's an asset where you almost are sure of it's going to give you the kind of return that it's not guaranteed, but the very good matrices that will indicate that it'll give you what you want. That's what we call a defensive asset. Chair, I think I've covered most of the questions that have been asked so far. If I've missed any, Chair, I'm happy to be alerted to that and we'll try and respond. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks very much. Can I ask whether government bonds fall in that category?
Very much so. So in investment, the almost golden standard of investment is a government instrument that, especially if the government provides a guarantee to it. So when we are investing, government bonds, especially domestic ones, and of course even international ones, they're your first line of preference in terms of investment. One, because of the guarantees that they give. So when you put a rent in a government bond, you almost are sure to get the rent back. Why? Because government has the power to get the income that it requires. It has the power to get the income. So you know you're going to get your money back. Quite often, they also give you a good return. And that's quite significant because for most of our clients, especially, for instance, on the government's employee side, and to some extent, the UIF, not so much the CF, there are certain benefits that you know you are liable to pay. So, for instance, pension benefits, you know that you can't be in a situation where you're not able to pay a pension. You also want to be in a position where you can not only just pay a pension, but also be able to give increases on those pensions. And government bonds almost give you a guarantee on the ability to pay those liabilities, and also the ability to say, I can actually, because I know the return I'm going to get, I can actually pay the increases as well. So we like government bonds and some of state-owned enterprise bonds as well, because they have a government guarantee and they also give the same have the same characteristics as a government bond. They are our first line of preference because they help us to manage the benefit obligations of our clients, especially the ones that almost the clients have a legal obligation to pay. So the answer, Chair, is correct.
Look, I'm going to ask a couple of questions here because it's important. There was a question about budget, and I know that's not what we're dealing with, so if you could indulge me with some short answers to this because it's important.
Yeah.
What is your aggregate sort of public sector fixed income holding right now exposure, let me put it like that? That is either government bonds or SOCs, state-owned companies.
So again, maybe you said short. So the short answer is that it's almost half.
Yeah, it's about 900 billion.
It's a 900 billion, which is of 900 billion of 3 trillion. So it's about 33%. So that's where it currently stands, Chair.
Okay, so about 33% of the funds the PIC invests has been used to lend to the government.
That's correct.
Right. And the government pays how much interest on that debt at current levels? Or I know there are different maturities and so on, but can you just give us a general...
Chair, I mean, the current yield to maturity on the long-term bonds is just over 10%. But I think if you look at the entire curve, let's say anywhere between 9.5% to 10.5%. That's the range that you would expect as an income.
Okay. No, thanks very much for clearing that up. I thought since there was a question around budget, so final question. What guides your decisions on how much to lend to the government? How much of your portfolio? Do you have a ceiling? Or can you take, because this is what South Africans often forget, that the funds that you invest do not belong to the government. It's usually pensions our mothers and fathers have worked many hard years for, and when they retire, they can't be worried about whether that money is going to be able to pay them every month. So for the assurance of South Africans, is there a limit, or can you put all of that money, or 75% of that money, into helping the government fund its programs? In return, obviously, for whatever interest it pays.
Chair, I think that question is both a specific question to, and if you allow me, because it's important to put it in a broader context, and I'll come back to it again. So that question needs to be answered from a broad perspective, is that quite often the assets that we are managing on behalf of clients support obligations, what we call liabilities, obligations, or promises to pay benefits that are no different from any other jurisdiction other than our own. So you need to, if you think about our biggest client being the government's employee pension fund, and I think the point that you're making, Chair, these assets belong to the pensions benefit of those employees who happen to be workers of the government, but it is theirs, not the government's as assets. So you need to say, if you are managing a pension fund of any sort anywhere in the world, how would you look to be investing it in the best possible way? And in simple terms, basically, the first thing that you want to think about is that I think in simple English we say you can't put all your money in the same basket. You can't. That logic that we speak about at home applies even in what you might think is a sophisticated environment, being asset management. We call it in investment speak diversification. You cannot put all your eggs in one basket. You need to diversify. Why? So if this one is doing well, this one is not doing very well, it compensates, so that overall you get a decent protection of the total assets that you have, and you also get a return on those assets. So diversification is probably the key. In investments, we always say that diversification, or putting your eggs in multiple baskets, is the only free lunch you're going to ever get. So it is critical to understand that we look to invest. First, we speak about different asset classes. Now, there are largely 3 asset classes, but we can make it bigger than that. So the biggest asset classes are shares in companies. That's a big asset class that we invest in. So when the CIO was presenting, he gave you the picture of the 2 pictures where we're investing in the listed environment and in the unlisted environment. Currently, that's split 95% in the listed environment and 5% in the unlisted environment. So that's the first big break in diversifying your investments, private markets vis-a-vis public markets. And then once you've done that, you say, okay, so I can invest in shares in entities, in companies, and that's what we call shares, or equity. That's the language that you're going to hear people speak about. So that's the big thing. The next one is what we call, in our language, fixed income investments. Fixed income investments mostly comprises bonds or borrowings of entities, and the biggest borrower is government. And this is not unique to South Africa, it's globally the same. The biggest borrower is government in different forms. In South Africa, our national government is the biggest borrower. In other countries, you find that they will have, for instance, government being the federal national government, you will have state governments, and then you'll have municipalities. So, for instance, in markets like the US, municipalities are the biggest borrowers. There is some small borrowing in South Africa by municipalities, but it's not as big. The government is the biggest borrower, and state enterprises are the other borrowers, and then the banks are also the next biggest borrower. So that is another big asset class that we invest in. And the third asset class is what we call property, or real estate, as some people would call it. So physical buildings. So you'll find that we are a big owner of buildings. We're a big landlord. So if you think about the things that we own, I would presume some of the committee members flew into the airport. Whereas, together with government, we are a significant owner of the airport company. If you think about the places where you shop, whether you're thinking about the V&A next to where we are in Parliament, the PIC, through its clients, is the biggest, is a significant, well, we own half of the V&A. We own half of probably many of the shopping centers where you shop. If you're in Cape Town, you think about Tiger Valley. We're a big owner of that. If you're in Johannesburg, you think about Sandton City, you think about Westgate and Cresta, give me a name, Menlyn in Pretoria. We are a big investor in that. So an office space. We are also a big investor in offices as well. So if you go to Sandton, we own a lot of the business. Well, we invest in the Sandton Convention Center. We don't invest in the Cape Town Convention Center, but we own. But I think you get the point.
We get the point. Yeah, no.
So basically, those are the three major asset classes. So basically, if you use the concept of not putting all your eggs in one basket, strictly speaking, a good portfolio in South Africa or anywhere would have a mix of those. And then there are some other esoteric things that are quite often derivatives of the big three. So people will do a lot of fancy things, but most of it actually emanates from the top three. So more directly to your question, in having a good portfolio that is properly balanced and mixed, you need to make sure you have an appropriate mix of those assets. And that comes from us, often from the clients themselves, because what the clients will do, they would look at the promises that they have made to pay benefits and do some assessment of what are those promises and what is the best way to make sure that at any given point they can live up to those promises to their clients, to the members that they've promised those benefits. And they do studies using their appropriate technical expertise. And based on that, they will then give us a mandate to say, to make sure that we can always meet our benefits, this is probably the best way at a broad level that you must be able to invest in each of these asset classes. And the normal split for most pension funds will be either you have a situation where they split half and half, or 60-40 normally is the normal split. They will say we'll invest 60% of our assets in shares in companies, and then the other one in fixed income, to your question. So quite often, most pension funds will be investing 30 to 40% in government bonds, state enterprises bonds, the borrowings of companies, the borrowings of banks. But then, of course, is that they will not necessarily have a natural 60-40. So you might find that it's 40, 30, and 10 being to property. So that's the kind of mix that you find. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Skosana, welcome. Yeah, so we've got two Honorable Skosanas here, so that you don't think I'm making a mistake. There's this Honorable Skosana in the blue shirt, and there's Honorable Skosana over there. I'll give you some time to settle, because... Oh, you're settled. Oh, okay. Okay, can I ask members, so we've got 1.5 hours to one. Unless I'm asking a clarification question, I'm going to avoid getting involved. So we will take 3 members. We'll take Honorable Skosana, Honorable Matlala, and Honorable Matiwane to pose questions to the PIC team, and then we will complete the next 5 members of committee. So if we can then direct our specific questions to the PIC, Honorable Skosana. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Chair, just requesting, can I come before Honorable Matiwa? Because I have to leave at 10 to 12. I've got another meeting at 12 o'clock.
At 12, or pertaining to this afternoon?
No, it's a powers and privilege committee.
That one.
Has nothing to do with budget.
Okay, that one. Okay, so let us, okay, that's fine. Let's do that. Thank you. Honorable Skosan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and all protocol observed. And thanks to the honorable, not the honorable, I'll say Stole, for me to remember, because I know him at least. He doesn't know me. Chair, that's a disclaimer. My first question will be, how much savings does the PIC have? That would be my first question. And secondly, I'm talking about pension savings. Secondly, in terms of black business, I understand that, PIC normally is known to be not owning, I'll say, putting some investment in two different companies. You spoke about the waterfront, and perhaps it was Dr. Machila during all those years, and Wendy Lohabe. We were with you with waterfront here. Unfortunately, things didn't go well. My question would be, how much percentage have you invested in black people's business, black business in particular? Because what I've seen with PIC Chair is that all their shareholdings, these malls which we are talking about today, for me, we'll say they are creating jobs, they are doing that, but in the townships, most of them have killed black people business. And indeed, it's a cash 2024 scenario. Now, in the black business sector, you go to be a black management forum, you go to NAFCOC, you go to any structure. And even there's mixed feelings, because it's convenient to buy in these malls, because they are in one center, you don't have to go jump around. But the issue is that you don't have the conditions with your money. You find that I'll give you an example, Comics. The comics has been funded by PIC. You find that the group we are talking about in main lane, you've got Old Mutual, you've got PIC, jointly you've got Metropolitans. In actual fact, in big business and big malls, we are involved. But for me, because we are the majority in this country, that pension, in our research, it doesn't serve our people. Besides being employed, besides being employed, because people say, no, we'll get jobs, we are employed. I'm talking about equity, the ownership. Because that's the only thing we have today, the PIC, which has the money. And the pensioners, as you know, there's a little bit of a debate that the government wanted to take money from you. We are aware of that. Us, we wanted to take money from you. But when I'm saying us, we are not in government. I'm talking about my colleagues. We are part of them. But my colleagues, they've chowed money, they've eaten so much money that now they want to go into your coffers and get money from the PIC. Now, no, take it softly. No, take it easy.
Members, let's mind time, please. Yeah.
Now, I'm done from...
move.
No, I don't want to be intimidated by my own members. The chair, yes. But I know once I'm touching the nerve, some people will get some, what do you call it, high blood or whatever, yeah. But chair, thank you so much. Let me give to my other colleagues. Thank you, chair.
Thank you, chair. Well, I just a few questions. One, we always sit here, we listen to a lot of, every time it's legacy problems everywhere. So I want to know, in your own assessment, what is the PIC doing today which presents a possible future risk? Because I think at some point we must start dealing with legacy problems now before they happen, because I can tell you 10 years down the line, whoever comes will be blaming you for something, one thing or the other. So I need you in your own risk assessment to say, this is what we are doing today, which we think it has potential future risks. And these are the potential future risks that we're seeing. So I'm asking from a proactive side so that we see what then needs to be done to mitigate that today so that in future we don't have the same explanations. That's number one. Number two, in summary, is the PIC making money for the UIF and the CF? So they had the highest benefit or return on investment to the lowest loss. At an average, is the PIC making money, and on average how much? Say in the last financial year, to be specific. Well, the issue of contribution percentage, I think my colleague has asked that. I want to also understand, I heard that in the presentation that at there's this what TOVA stage, and I think that's where there's challenges, but not yet companies litigated or liquidated. And I heard that you guys get involved in trying to find a business or wherever to rescue the companies. I wanted to establish if you ever reach a point where you say, we think this is going down either way. In as much as we're making a loss, we want to pull out now. Before we get to the stage where companies are liquidated and we lose everything. Are we able to do that assessment and rescue the company right at that point? The last question could be just a brief summary. I unfortunately hope you'll indulge my own ignorance. I have not went through the Party Commission report, but I'm just interested in a few lines in terms of understanding what were the causal effects of those investments. Not a broad explanation, but just the niche areas which were problematic, and what then have been put as mitigation strategies to ensure that there's future preventative measures, that we don't find ourselves again in that kind of a situation. I've had some committees established and so forth, but if you can just give me the gist of it, as well as the preventative measures to ensure that we don't have a recurrence of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kupeka.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, from the UIF side, when UIF came here, the last time they were here, we were told that unlisted investments were not being thoroughly verified. Now, when they say the investments are not being verified, I'm not sure if that's from their end or if it's from the PIC end. So the question to PIC would be, those unlisted investments, were they verified at least from their end? That's one. Number two, the estimated write-off of those investments in companies that were currently in distress amounted to 9 billion. Again, that's from the UIF. The question there is, can we get a more distilled breakdown of those costs? When we say it's 9 billion, if there's company A, B, C, D, E, company A, this was the loss, company B, this was the loss, company C, this was the loss. And the owners of those companies that sustained those losses, can we get a breakdown of that? And problems facing PIC and the UIF in terms of the submissions of adequate financial statements from the investee companies. Does PIC have a mechanism or a way to manage that situation where they've got that problem? And then I should have started with this, Chair, but I think we all agree that bad investments were made. And I agree that from PIC's perspective and looking at their asset base at around 2.6 trillion, when you look at the bad investments that were made, they become a fraction of the overall picture. Now, even though the asset base is that big, we cannot overlook the losses that were made. So I think with that being said, I just want to understand that the portfolio of unlisted investments incurred a 30% credit loss ratio. I want to compare that to your normal asset management firms, your Investex and other management firms, your Ellen Gray and so on and so forth. Their loss ratio is less than 5%. I just want to know, why is there such a big appetite for credit loss ratio at PIC? And then just lastly, Chair, I think the CFO spoke about a valuation of financial assets. I just want to know, Who's the valuer? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Skosana, let's give you a chance.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I've got, I think, 3 questions. I think it's in one of the slides there, I think you are indicating that post party commission, there's a significant decrease in impairments, and that over the past 3 years, only 2 investments that have been impaired. So I just want to find out as to which are those and why. That's my first question. My second question is with regards to, I see that there's a huge difference between the total committed capital versus the market value. So, for instance, when you look at the UIF, the total committed capital is 23.6 billion rand, but then the market value is 11 billion rand. And with the compensation fund, the total committed investment is 3.1 billion rands, and the market value is 1.7 billion rand. So why such a huge difference? What are the underlying factors that influence this market value to an extent that you may find that the amount becomes, I mean, the market value becomes maybe half of the amount that has been investment? What are the underlying factors that influence the market value? The last question is with regard to the accounting standards, the issue of GREP versus the IFRS. I want to find out as to whether have we had any conversation with the AG regarding this particular matter, because I see that the compensation fund and the UIF here, they found themselves in a difficult situation because of this particular matter. And yet in this case, you've got private entities that are involved, that are using the IFRS, but unfortunately, this thing in turn, it impacts negatively on the compensation fund and the UIF as public entities with regards to the issues of audit. So I just want to find out if you have you had any engagement with the AG regarding this matter, because I'm raising this because we had an issue with RAF regarding a similar matter, but then I think it's different because RAF is a public entity. Because Auditor General was recommending that they should use GRAP. But now in this case it's different because Compensation Fund and UIF are using GRAP, but unfortunately because the investments that you did or that you are doing with other private entities which are not using GRAP. So I think there should be a conversation between yourself and the AG regarding this matter. So I just want to find out as to whether have you had any engagement regarding that particular matter. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. May I request that since Honorable Skosana is leaving, we just start with his questions and then he can leave. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry. No, I didn't forget you, so I'm taking you in groups. So I'm going to go to the next one. Thank you. Otherwise, some questions just get forgotten and they don't get answered.
I think, Chair, most of the questions of the Honourable Mr. Skosana that he just asked now are issues that the CFO will assist with. So the issues around the valuation of assets, I think, is the one question, and the issues around the accounting standards, IFRS vis-a-vis GRAP, the CFO will attend to that. There was a question around the impairment. Pre-post Mpati, I can answer that one, or CFO you want, but your CIO, you definitely have to deal with the issue around the distinction between committed capital vis-a-vis market values. CIO. So CFO, you want to start with the audit issues, and then CIO deals with the investment issues.
Thank you very much. So with regards to the accounting standards, We have had conversations. We've actually had conversations with the Accounting Standards Board, which is the one that looks after GRAP, and we have had conversation with the Accounting General as well, because the issue is that when UIF and CF are late in submitting their annual financial statements, then they need to understand or either ask for an extension with regards to the submission. So those conversations we've had, and recently with the Auditor General, and which is why I said we're now starting to have the meeting of minds to be very clear what do they mean when they say they want verified accounting financial information. So there I believe that we are resolving the issues, because as we said, of legacy issues, these are investments that will be in liquidation or have already been winded down. What does that mean? What information can we then provide? So those conversations are happening with the Auditor General so that we make sure going forward we are proactive and we've got that information that they require. So the issue of the difference really in the IFRS and GRAP, it only comes when the information is not audited. So that's where the auditors have got an issue. But they do understand how IFRS works, they do understand how GRAP works. So it now comes in when the valuation is being done that the external valuers, which I will come to who they are, they would then not apply the standards as per GRAP, because they would be applying just for all our clients, and some of them using IFRS and some of them using GRAP. So GRAP is very specific what is fair value less cost to sale is. So if we did not then use that methodology when we're doing evaluation, it's not an issue of the fact that it is the Fs have been prepared under IFRS. It's the fact that the valuation itself has now not been done according to GRAP. So those are the issues as well that we are addressing with the external valuers. When we're doing our briefing sessions with them, we have to go through to what GRAP wants and what it says. So you will find, as an example, that the external valuers, they're supposed to be independent. So we can't tell them what to do. But in the case of UIF and CF, they have to follow what GRAP says, so that when the audit is happening, that valuation report is meaningful to the auditors for their use. The external valuers, the process is we go out on tender and we are very clear in terms of the scope of what we expect. And so you'll find in our panel, we've got your auditing firms, like your EY, Deloitte, PwC, all of them, because it's a open tender that we go out on. And also we will have companies like Rescura who focus specifically on capital and valuation and capital raising. So that's what they do under investments. So we've got all those companies, but we just make sure that they meet the scope and they are properly qualified and the experience that we require. We also do have an element of transformation there where we require companies that would be black owned as well.
It's important to indicate that while administratively the PIC engages the independent valuers, they actually do not work for the PIC. They actually work on behalf of clients. So actually, the evaluators take their brief and their account to the client. So they account to the GPF or the UIF or the CF. So they get their instructions from the client. We simply administratively appointing them on behalf of clients, but their boss, so to speak, is not the PIC. Their boss is the client. So it will be the GPF, the EF. So they're independently working. we simply provide them with the information and assist them to get the information that they require to do their work, but they're doing their work on behalf of clients. So that's the other key issues to understand about independent valuers. And as CIFO, there's a whole range of them, independently looking at specific assets and giving values to the satisfaction of client, not the PIC. CIO, can you address some of the questions that you?
Maybe just on the issue of the committed capital versus market value. So I think, Chair, maybe just go to that chart, the table. The important number, so committed capital, it's on day one, a sponsor will come to the PIC, we will agree that they want to do project X, or they request capital from us or support for particular investments. So on day one, you may say you are committing 1 billion over a period of time. But given that that commitment is subject to conditions, and those conditions would be, when you came to request the capital, you said you were going to use it for particular activities. So we will only then release capital based on you honoring those agreements. And because it's over a period of time, it's not usually, sometimes it's fully drawn, but in most cases, it may be 1 billion, but over a 5-year period, they end up only requesting 750, 800, depending on the opportunities they see on the ground. So it's not always exactly the same amount. So when you look at it as Parliament, what the number that is critical, it's what is the invested amount and what is the total value. So those two then tell you how much has been invested actually and what is the total value today. And that total value is made up of, have you received any dividends or have you received any payments back, the cash that you've received, and we would then also value the underlying businesses to come up with the market value. You combine those two, it tells you whether you have made money or not. So I just needed to make it clear that you should look at the investment amount, but also compare it to the total value. That tells you the picture. And you should see a delta that is positive between the two. I think
Delta is the difference.
Okay, yeah, the difference. And the other one, just on impairments, maybe CEO, if we can just go to the vintage analysis chart. Just anyone, we can use the UIS one. Yeah, that.
Which one?
Slide 18.
We want a specific one.
Yeah, just slide one that shows performance overview with vintage, and yeah, this one. Let me use this one, it's fine. Yeah. So how we should interpret this graph. So the top one tells you, yes, over the last 4 years, for UIF specifically, from 2020 to 2024, there hasn't been any impairments. We can show you the GEPF portfolio, you'll see a very similar picture. And on that one, the difference between UIF and GPF, on UIF we haven't been making new investments, on GPF we've made new investments, but that rectangular block will look almost identical. What has changed? So what is increasing impairments from our side? You can see that red block, which is called accrued interest roll-up. So we've given you money, and we have established that you can't pay us back, but that money keeps accruing interest on a daily basis. Typically, with banks, if they see that an investment is no longer recoverable, they simply write it off, which on that year, it comes out of the books. At the PIC, unfortunately, we currently don't have a write-off policy. That has to come from the client. So we've just been rolling up. So as you roll up, the following year you impair what you've rolled up. So hence, you can see a lot of the impairments come from that. So the 33% that you would see for us as an impairment, when we normalize it to, when the risk team normalizes to what we think is the correct number, it goes from about 33, 34% to about 22%. And we had done a study to compare ourselves with other DFIs to check whether are we too far off. And the study that we've done, which we can bring it back to present it to yourself, was that our numbers were slightly better off. I mean, we do have other DFIs here who do slightly a similar role on the lending side. So we were happy that our book is not worse off, but the issue of not being able to write off. So every year you've done an investment 10 years ago, you just keep accruing interest, even though the prospect of recovering that debt may be zero. On the on the public market side, on the private sector side, you would write it off and then you start with a new book. So that's something that we are currently working on with the clients, just on the impairments. But that's, I think maybe Chair can pause.
I think the other thing, Chair, with regard to that is that I think maybe to put it in simple language or in simple English is that you must compare apples with apples. Yeah. So when you're looking at the impairments, you need to make sure that you are comparing the PIC to similar entities that does the same kind of things. And what does that mean? The PIC is slightly different from other asset managers in the sense that we do a lot more than what asset managers do. So we invest both in public and in private markets. I think in the morning in the slides that the CIO presented, we made that point. Now, some of our peers, number one, don't have as much activity in the private side, so they don't do as much unlisted. So you can't compare it to those. You have to compare it to entities that do the same. So there are parts of the business of the PIC that are more comparable to private equity firms, for instance, than they are comparable to other asset managers. So you need to make sure that when you do comparison, you do that there is a like-for-like comparison. So that's the first instance. And I think the other important thing, again, with there's a difference is that basically when you look at our credit loss ratio, it looks at since inception. So it says since the extent that we've been investing in the unlisted space, all those investments we carry, they haven't disappeared. They're always still appearing in our books. Therefore, you see a higher credit loss ratio. Most of other people doing the same kind of work that we do in terms of lending, every year they'll write it off. So when they then look at their credit loss ratio from time to time, they're only looking for over the last 12 months, while for us is since we started making investments. So that's the significant difference in terms of understanding why our credit loss ratio looks a little bit higher than that. And as CIO has indicated, when we actually do comparatives, I mean, I think you made the point, and I think that point is very important. And at the PIC, this is the challenge. We need to be sure that because we deal with trillions, we can't treat all of our money as trillions. We need to always understand that actually it's the 100 rands that a member gets. So you need to be able to bridge the gap between the 100 rands that a member gets and the trillions that you manage, and make sure at all times that you're making decisions that take those into account. So when we invest, we're not saying, well, because it's as a percentage small, therefore it doesn't matter, because the quantum still remains very significant. So it could be 1%, but that 1% is what? It's 300 million, that 1%. So you need to be able to manage that huge numbers that you're dealing with in terms of trillions, and how that translates to what it means to members and beneficiaries and pensioners, and manage that context. And you make decisions accordingly. So you need to be careful that when you make your decisions, you are cognizant of your size, given the trillions that you manage, but at the same time, you are cognizant of the benefits that members get. But also, you must not make decisions that simply want to protect the small money of a member and forget that you actually have a bigger obligation to make sure you get a bigger return. And in between, there might be decisions that don't turn out the way you want them to turn out, but the bigger picture must still give you a better outcome. And I think, if Chair allows, because I think we dealt with Mr. Skosana's questions first, but there were other questions that were asked that might deal with that. So we might actually want to gravitate towards that if the Chair allows. Should we do that? Okay. So I'm going to now start with that, and I think it's a CIO question. So there was this question that was asked around the returns that we are making vis-a-vis the unlisted portfolio. And I think there was the question to say, well, as a percentage, it might look small, but as a quantum, it's quite significant, and we need to be cognizant of that. But even if you look at it that, and it's always dangerous territory, because you might speak as if you are treating the bad investments as if they are not bad. They are bad, and we need to focus on them and fix them to the extent that we can fix. And more important, make sure that when we make decisions, of course, we don't only look at historical methods and say, how do we make sure that the decision that we're taking now will try to make sure that we get better outcomes in the future. We can't guarantee. There's no investment. Well, the only way we can put it in a government bond for a period of time, then we can guarantee you payback and return. But otherwise, but the challenge with that is that the return that you're getting from government bonds is actually less than what you're getting in the other side where you're taking risk. So with risk come better return. So you need to make that challenge. So you need to be careful that you don't simply say, well, because there are bad investments as a proportion, they are small, therefore we mustn't pay attention. We still have to pay attention to those, but you also still need to say, as a totality of the investments that you are making in the unlisted, are you getting a better return in total or not? Yes, they are the ones that are not working out, and therefore you're losing or you're not making as good returns as you are making. But when you put the portfolio in totality, does it still give you better returns? And I think the CIO spoke to that, but I'm going to let the CIO address that. CIO?
Yes, I think maybe just as a confirmation, the question was whether in the past 12 months, are we adding value to CF and UIF? So just on the chart, I had, maybe if we focus on the bottom chart, which talks to the performance relative to the CPI targets or the key objectives of the fund, you can see over the past 12 months, the UIF, CC, and CP have delivered just over 15%.
So can you pull your mic like there? Yeah,
Yeah.
close, it's sort of in your
Is it?
direction, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I was saying that if you focus just largely on the last 12 months, you can see UIF, CC, and CP funds deliver just over 15% in total return versus a CPI plus target objective of about just under 6%. So over the past 12 months, I think we've performed very well. If you compare us to market benchmarks, you can see on the UIF total listed fund, we've delivered, we are ahead by 32 basis points. And on the other two funds, we are slightly marginally behind. But overall, again, if you focus on the 24 months and also on the 36 months, you can see both CC and CF funds outperforming benchmarks, and over 24 months also outperforming their targets. Because this is a snapshot, you will not always get 100% green. So, but essentially you need to make sure that over a 5-year period, 3, 5, 7-year period, you outperform the CPI target objectives, because this is what carries the fund. But for the CC and UIF to check whether us as portfolio managers, are we doing well, they then assess us versus the benchmarks at the top, and that's usually over a 3-year period. So the measure that we use for ourselves is that 3-year number. So you can see for CC, CP, over a 3-year period, we are outperforming benchmarks, and then over a 5-year period, it's slightly under on benchmarks, but the objectives we are far ahead. So we are quite comfortable with what has been delivered, Chair. Thank you.
So the message, Chair, is that yes, there are investments that are not performing, and we can't hide away from that. So, and there are, I think there was a direct question: has the PIC made bad investments in the past? And the answer is yes. The PIC has made some bad investments in the past, and we need to own up to that. But I think it is also true that when you look at the portfolios in totality, it is still better that we are investing in the way that we are than not. Because overall, I think the biggest outcome is that we still have to focus on solving the problems that are there, but I think the portfolio is still worth it. I think that there's a proverbial, not that I think there is any sense that this is what needs to happen, but we need to be careful that we don't throw the baby with the bathwater, so to speak. I think there were other questions that I
Yeah,
think
maybe
we
let
need
me
to-
go
yeah,
through
just go
the
ahead,
other
yeah.
questions quickly. I think there was a question as to how much savings does the PIC have. So that number is close to 3 trillion, but what relates to GEPF, it's about 2.6 trillion, and the rest it's made up of CC, UIF, and other clients. So we think when we are going to be reporting year-end numbers for this financial year, our assets under management will just be slightly over 3 trillion rand, and with about 95% in the listed markets, public markets, and 5% in the unlisted side. And there was a question as to how much do we invest in black businesses. So I just needed to give you a high-level stats. So what we have done, I think, Chair, if you were to look at largely the KPIs of the investments team, its performance, its growth of assets, its protection of capital, the turnaround, but a big portion of our KPIs relate to transformation. And on that basis, I think over the past 3 years or so, we've allocated at least over 18 billion to black women-led businesses since the past since 2022. We also allocate money to other asset managers. So out of those asset managers that we've allocated money to, on the public side, about 20 of the 23 managers that we've allocated to are black-owned businesses on the public side. On the private side, 12 of the 20 asset managers that we've allocated money to are also black-owned businesses. So we've had a key drive in the past 3 years to push capital towards black-owned businesses, but I'd say in the last 18 months to make sure that while it's black-owned businesses, we need to make sure that the women ownership is also at a level that we are comfortable with. And we've always had a target of about 30% for black women ownership, which we have now moved to 50% as an aspiration. So today, as the gate, we will want you to have at least 30% women ownership for you to get in the door, but you must work towards getting it to higher. So that's one on the how we've allocated the capital. We've also, given the fact that the financial services industry is not transformed properly, we've also launched an RFI last year where we wanted to launch a women empowerment fund, which we have also concluded last year. And we've allocated about 15 billion to what we call black women owned asset managers at about 30%. And where we have, when we look at the different groupings, whether it's youth, women, and black people, and people with disabilities, the economy is struggling to create jobs. And because of that, we felt it important for us to ensure that we support entrepreneurship and the venture capital side of the economy. So we used to have a fund called the Project Development Fund, which we have changed the name. It's an early stage fund, and it focuses on supporting the venture capital market, including the SMME. Something like SME fund would be allocated out of that pot. And over the past year, we've allocated nearly 1.6 billion and about 900 million of it is to largely empowered businesses with a huge women-owned component. So what we want to do is that while on the listed side, we are pushing for companies to transform, on the unlisted side, we want to be a catalyst for change, but we also need to support new companies to be started and to be built over time. So we do think that our support of the venture capital industry is quite important and largely backed by science and research. So we do have a mandate with the Department of Science where we want to identify talent, if there is intellectual property that's created at home, but just needs support for it to grow potentially outside or to make an impact across either at home or globally. We have decided that we want to support that. So I think maybe let me pause the CEO, maybe just cover the other ones.
Okay, thank you. So there was a question around, and I think it's a very pertinent question, Chair. Not that the other ones are not. Around, yeah, it's all well and good to talk about historical challenges, but what are the challenges that you are creating? And I think that's a very important question, because we always look backwards and we don't focus. I think this one, Chair, probably is related to the question that was asked to the Chair in the morning, and the Chair, in a sense, spoke to that, to say, in investments, other than, for instance, in the environment, in the asset classes, if I go back to the explanation that I gave earlier on, where we quite, to the extent that one can be, and there might be very extreme cases where this is not true. And there are those cases where, for instance, you cannot rely on the security of government's guarantee on your investment and the return. And I mean, countries can default. It doesn't happen very often. And if the countries default, other countries normally step in. But it can happen. But those are very extreme events. So quite often we make sure that we, as spoken earlier, support government, and we get a sense of the surety around that in terms of the returns. Unless you're doing that, you have to expose the assets to risk, and that's where you get your highest return. And I think when you look at the broadly the information that we're presenting is to say, yes, there are areas where we've taken risk and we've come out the worst of it. We lost. But when you look at the total portfolio in totality, it still makes sense to take risk, because overall you're still getting a good return as a composite, while there are challenges that you must focus on. So we will emphasize it's good to take risk because it gives you higher returns, and we will say that's probably the best thing to do. So I think that's the one thing. But if you're taking risk, you can't guarantee anything. So what you then have to rely on, you are saying, how do I make sure that what happens before I make the investment? Because once you make the investment, you're stuck. You can try and change, you can try and mitigate whatever issues there are. But what it is that you do up front to make sure that when you make those investments, you have a better chance of positive outcomes, of better things that can come out of that, or in this instance, you get good returns out of your investments. What are the determinants of that? Because that's the one that you can speak to. You can't say this is what the outcome can be, but you can say this is what I have done to try and make sure the outcome is the one that I want. And when the Chair spoke, he mentioned a number of things. The one, and this was also the learnings out of the Empathy Commission process, to say, first, you must make sure your governance overall is appropriate. Why is governance important? To make sure that you give proper direction, you give proper support, and you hold management to account. I mean, I think there was a question, so what must you do? Those are the key things that you want your board to do. They must make sure that they are there to give the strategic direction in the proper way, make sure that we are held to account for making the decisions that we need to make in a manner that is. And I think that's what was done after Mpati, to make sure that governance is strengthened, both in terms of the act itself, and of course in terms of the appointment of the board of directors and what they then did in the organization. And then you go to the next level. You say, how do you make sure that the organization itself, forget the governance, then actually works in a proper manner? So making sure that the board has the appropriate support structures, the appropriate committees. For instance, now you have committees that focus on the key asset classes that I spoke about. So currently there is a committee that focuses on public markets, so the listed environment. There is a committee that focuses on private markets, the unlisted environment, and there's a committee that looks at the properties investments. And then there are appropriate management supporting structures that do the work and report to those structures, then report to the board. So making sure that the board has the appropriate governance structures to make sure that they can focus on each item of investment. So rather than having the same people that serve in the unlisted committee, being the people that have are serving in the listed. Now you have a committee that focuses on listed and has skill set, hopefully. And if they don't have the skill set, they can get experts that assist them in focusing on making sure that they can govern the unlisted activities of the PIC management properly. So that's the other thing that they've done. Second is to make sure that there are appropriate policies, and that's quite important because currently Able Sithole is the CEO, tomorrow is somebody else. You want to make sure that the policies are such that the institution can function in a particular way regardless of who is currently tasked to do the work that needs to be done, as CIO, as CEO, as CFO, as CRO, whatever the case might be. So to make sure there are policies that have been governed. And again, that was a major finding and a contribution that the Mpati Commission made to say you must make sure that you have appropriate policies. And then you must have processes. Again, they must be established and documented so that, again, those processes are not dependent on who is making the decision. They are there to guide whoever is actually in that, at that time, can make the appropriate decision. Again, it cannot guarantee the outcome, but it helps you to make sure that there is consistency in how you arrive at the decision that you are taking, regardless of who you are. And then, of course, to make sure that there are appropriate management structures and there is also appropriate management. So you need to decide whether Able Sithole is the right CEO or the CFO is the right one. Those are the decisions that need to be taken.
So can I make an appeal that we try and keep our answers concise? So we started about 40 minutes ago with answers, and we are still not done with the first round. So I don't want to hurry you up unnecessarily, but I worry that the rest of the members may not get a chance to get meaningful answers. Yeah, so please, if you can.
No, thank you, Chair. Thank you for keeping us short and honest. But I think in this instance, there was a question around...
Sorry, just switch on the mic. It's off here.
So, sorry, Chair. So in a sense, I actually answered two questions there. So there was the question around, so what are you doing to make sure that the future, there you make sure the appropriate governance structures, policies, processes, and of course you they appoint the right people. It also, there was a question around the Mpati problematic investments. And some of the issues arose out of the challenges that have to do with those things. You will remember that Mpati came at a time when there were challenges with the board, there were challenges with board and management, there were issues around process, and those were the issues that had to be attended to, Chair. This one has been answered. The unlisted has been verified, CFO. I think you spoke about it when you spoke about valuations, so that I think has been covered. And then there was the not using good money after bad. I think that was the TOVA. So when do you make the decision around this investment is no longer one that you're going to continue to? The CIO did speak to that in the morning to try and give a sense of how do we arrive at deciding first when to move a investment into turnaround and value add, and from value add, what do you do? Some of it, of course, is if there's action that other people take. If somebody puts the company on liquidation, you got to deal with that. If the company goes on business rescue, of course, that again, it has to normally be the creditors who do that. So again, those are things that you are dealing with from other sources that actually make you to do what you have to do. But CIO, do you want to touch on that?
I think the key one is that if we believe there is no longer a business case for a company to exist or survive, then at that point, you may not want to inject any further capital. So at every point in time on those distressed businesses, the question that we are asking ourselves is that, is there still a reason for this business to exist? Is it providing services or products that are needed? And do we still think it can continue to garner or protect its market share? If on those bases there is no reason for it to exist, then we will make a call to say we think here we have to cut our losses, irrespective of the other secondary objectives. So I think what we've learned is that the company, we capital needs to support businesses that have a reason to exist. If your business does not have a reason to exist, you can't keep putting money behind it. But you do find businesses that are distressed, but they are actually at the core provide a service or a product that is needed in the country. And if you can fix the capital structure or the balance sheet, it may actually thrive. And in those cases, we've seen it even in one of the companies. I mean, a few years ago, Conco, which is a construction company, had a huge issue. But in the last 3 years, we've managed to sort of turn it around because it provided a service that we believe is needed in the economy for infrastructure and other things. But we needed to sort out the balance sheet and other issues. Thank you, Chair.
I think we've covered all the first.
There was a question around the shopping centre. So did you ask something, Honourable Skosan?
Oh, the investment in township.
Please, please, please. Can you do that?
And the last one, which you did not answer, I asked about the PIC savings. Do you have savings?
No, that's fine. Can you answer?
Oh, okay. The AUM at PIC currently, the numbers that we have, we think as at the end of the 31st of March, it's going to be just over north of 3 trillion rands. But that 3 trillion rands, about 2.6 trillion is GEPF, and the other 400 billion, it's other clients. So we do think we're going to end the year with about 3 trillion rands in AUM, split largely between 95% listed and 5% unlisted. Thank you. And then just the other key one is that what do we do on the rural side? I think, Chair, maybe we don't like talking to specific transactions, but on the property side, we've made an investment with a property partner who's been around for many years. Remember I said we reviewed our BE guidelines, but we've partnered with someone who's been in the property space for 30 years. They put in their own assets and their own capital, and we decided to partner with them. And if you look at that business, it's largely for rural retail convenience centers. So, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Just to before that, I acknowledge that, but it's only one person. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. We'll note that comment. Can I give the other members an opportunity? Honorable Matiwane, we'll do everyone so that everybody gets a chance to ask a question. Can I also ask that I won't intervene in between, so the next member must take over when the one is finished.
Thank you, Chair. I think some of the questions have been answered, but I just need a pointed answer, maybe from the CEO, so that we can get a grip of what is happening. Because the reason that we are here today is that there was an issue with the UIF because of unaudited financial statements. And then the presentation now that we are getting from the PIC is that the reason that there is this reoccurring problem is that they don't have a right of policy, or the right of policy lies with the UIF. So in their books, in the PIC books, they are carrying this. They are carrying these liabilities, if you want to call them, that. In some instances, some of those companies have already been liquidated. So, is there a grey area that exists in the space that you operate in that needs to be addressed? That hinders you, or hinders your ability to be agile or to have the flexibility that is needed of a portfolio manager. In my previous life, I worked for the Red Bank as a financial advisor. And you had to constantly look after a customer's investment. If you missed something, you'd be in trouble in a year or 2 years' time. So I just want to check if there are gray areas that hinder your ability to be agile in a market like investments. Also, on the issue of as Babu Skosane, the other Babu Skosane had mentioned, there was a case of the road accident fund and the use of different accounting standards from that of government. And in that instance, there was an under-evaluation of liabilities by the road accident fund, a huge under-evaluation of liabilities, which was a concern that was flagged by the Auditor General. So in your case, what should you say are those challenges that come from this use of different accounting standards, with those ones for the private sector and those ones for the public sector? I think also on the 5 years of no investment. So you're saying for 5 years there's no new investment that has been done under the UIF and the compensation fund. So what is happening there? So you are sitting with this portfolio, waiting for the client to withdraw, or waiting for the client to have a write-off policy so that they can write off some of this historic debt. So what is happening with that pause in investments? Sure, thank you. That's my questions.
No, thanks, Chair. Good day. My name is still Dando Matuna, deployed by the African National Congress that is currently supporting a budget that increases social spending. I thank you, Chair. A budget that will be adopted today by many political parties crying or screaming as we move forward in the interest of the people of this country. No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I won't be long. Chair, I think my first comment would be in relation to what the CFO was speaking about. I think generally would know that IFRS is usually used by international. It's the mostly internationally welcomed accounting standards that are used. And GRAP generally, we would say that it was developed for us as South Africans to use it, particularly in our public entities and so on and companies. Yes, I agree. GRAP have specific disclosures that they require for you to make, especially when it comes to investments. And I think this is the same problem Chair would have with that one of road accident funds, because CRAP is more of like an accrual system. It uses the accrual basis, and IFRS is mostly a cash base system. So there are differences there and there, but they are not major in investments. I think me and you would agree that it's just a specific requirement. IFRS is much more generic in the disclosures that they require in terms of investments, whereas there are specific things that a CRAP would then require, would then want. Yeah, I think though, because I know IFRS 7 and 12, they speak mostly in terms of what you must disclose and so on. My question is coming here. I want to check, when you make these investments to these companies, knowing very well that the client that you are investing for is using CRAP, don't you put that as part of your stipulation to ensure that they align their reporting timelines with those of the people that they will be using their money to run their businesses, and ensure that, so that we'll make sure that we don't only use the management accounts also, but we have proper financial statements that have been audited? Because really, I do not think H is incorrect. Actually, I think I support H on the matter. H is correct. You can't want my money, I give you my money, and you can't give me financial statements. By the moment that I give you my money, you must align everything of yours, every process that you have to mine, because you are using my money. It's very basic. I think to the PAC that is very basic. I don't think it's an issue that we must debate. I think in line with what Honorable Madlala is saying, perhaps it's very important that from now going forward, when you make an investment, that should be part of the requirements that you would require from whoever you are investing to. I think that was one. Two, Chair. Well, I've always had a problem, Chair. I think Honorable Skosana, the senior, nearly covered me, the one that arrived later in Parliament than the other one. Look, I've always had a problem in South Africa. I've always said that we have too many malls, we have too many shopping centers. But I always question, where should we get money to buy in these shopping centers? You can't have an economy that is like of ours. That is basically we are running a service economy, and that's a problem because a service economy does not create jobs. In order for us to have jobs in South Africa, we need to re-industrialize the economy of the country. Now, I wanted to check, what role do you play to invest more in your investment strategy? I would assume that you do have it. Does it take into account the facts that I've just alluded to you? Because what we want for young people of the country, particularly and women, is that they must get jobs. We want to produce things. It can't be that even the toothpick that you use after eating is important. That is incorrect. Chair, I think lastly, I wanted to check the panel of experts that you use in these companies. What is your process of appointing them? I would generally assume it's your normal SCM process, but what is the assurance that you provide that these people do not collude with these companies? I think this also goes to, I believe that before you make investment decision, your investment committee should have some sort of a report in terms of the viability of that particular business that wants money and so on. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think lastly, I just wanted to ask Chair. Unfortunately, I must be honest. I had a very hectic week last week. Over the weekend, I had to go to campaigns, and then yesterday again, we were busy with the issue of passing of budget to ensure our greenies get their social grants. Now, I wanted to ask. I could not go to the report in details, but I just noticed. I will just make an example of two entities that appear both on the report of on the portfolio of UIF and the portfolio of compensation fund, the Africa Oil. In December 2014, you invested to Africa Oil 97 million, I assume. Out of that 97 million, you got back only 7 million. You have exited that particular agreement. Again, in 2017, in Africa Oil, you invested 300 million. Out of that 300 million, they've only paid 234 million. You've exited that particular agreement as well. I will make an example with on the ones that you are trying to rescue. On Musa, there is a guy called Musa there. You invested 250. They have not paid anything. When you invested that 250, it was January 2016. They have not paid anything. Again, you went back to the same Musa on April 2018. You invested another 250 million. And out of the second 250 million as well, you have not gotten anything. Now, with these periods that I'm counting, I want to check what makes you to go again, take another millions, go and invest in a company that you see that is not sinking or is not paying you back. Can you just give me given that you are saying that you do have processes to pick up that these investments are not doing well, why would you go and reinvest in an investment that you see is not performing well, or they are not paying back, or because now obviously when you say they are exited, it means the deal between you and it is no longer ongoing. I think that basically is what is my question. And lastly, Chair, I want to check the issue of these unlisted companies that you invest in. Yeah? That's why I'm interested. Because, Chair, my worry is that we would not want PIC, especially because these are monies of the workers, mostly, to be like a land development bank, where if you go to their loan debtors book, you find that more than 70% is white people. But that bank was developed to ensure that it assists the previously disadvantaged, to ensure that they gain access to the agricultural land. But if you go to their debtors loan book today and their grants, you find out that more than 70% is white people. We would not want PIC to be in that situation, because that is not a welcomed or a very good position. Now, I want to check in these unlisted companies that you invest in terms of the race. Who are the majority that you are funding of this business? Because once you touch the issue of trade worthiness and so on, we all know that as black people, we don't have money. We grow up without assets. So you need to understand that when you are assessing us, and the banks use that racist system that they use to assess you, the trade worthiness and so on. So I just wanted to check how is your portfolio in terms of race, youth and so on. Thank you, in the unlisted companies.
Thank you, Honorable Bila.
Finally, he has landed. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to everyone in the House. I think I have 3 questions to ask. The first one is on suspended portfolios. The legacy is via SRI mandate is listed as suspended. Can this House be told on the reasons for suspending this mandate, and how has the suspension affected the overall developmental investments of the UIF and CF portfolios? The second question is on UIF social impact summary. The UIF social impact summary reveals that 1,049 jobs are held by foreign nationals, and this is concerning in light of South Africa's high unemployment rate. Can it be explained what specific criteria and considerations were used to justify the employment of foreign nationals? The last one is a similar question, but on CF social impact summary, where we found that the total employees are 8,361. These are the jobs that were created in September 2024. And out of that 8,361, 194 are held by foreign nationals again. So given the high unemployment rate in South Africa, what justifies the employment of foreign nationals in such a high number? And can you share the job categories and or designations held by the foreign nationals? Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm Honorable Helen Neal-May. I'm deployed by the African National Congress. Thank you very much. What I wanted to check, I know it was in slide 13, you mentioned that the performance summary shows that UIF total listed portfolio had a 12-month return of 15.16%, compared to the benchmark of 14.84%, which is commendable, but underperformed. And I didn't quite hear you, because I thought you said that they had carried on performing, but it had underperformed in the 36-month and 60-month periods. Could you explain what factors to this underperformance and what strategic changes are being implemented to improve future returns? Chairperson, then I wanted to ask this. I have 3 other areas that I'm going to branch out into. Do you know how many civil servants are listed in companies that you are investing in? Do you have means to check? Are you linked to Home Affairs, SARS, government personnel? because I'm going to look, we had a look at the UIF companies that that were showing that there was where your challenges are, because those companies are distressed, financially distressed. The one question I want to ask you, I tried to look up Satrak. Satrak is Indian, in Bangalore, India, is that right? Trailers and trucks, because I can't find it anywhere in South Africa. Or where is this company? Because I searched all the means that I could, except the companies. I don't have access to the companies list. Then coming to clinics, health group. Okay, and I'm sure our Minister for Health will be, he is the one that is mentioning about private health, where there are issues in private health. That one of our board members is one of the SG, very well-known government officials that were part of that board. But my other question, I have two more after this. Busamed Limited, private hospital group in Somerset West, Paardevlei, okay? Now, interesting that this company is in distress. However, the compensation fund owes this hospital 40 million, and that we saw on the UIF, the information. So they're all linked in some way. But the most interesting one is Daybreak, the chicken farm, which PIC now, I believe, owns the farm, or because you have one of your former PIC investment bankers there as the CEO to manage and maybe turn this company around. Am I sure? Am I checking on that? Because it's very interesting to when you can look up. And they're looking for another 250 million rand loan to turn this company around. The chicken farm is has 7% of South Africa's chicken industry. So obviously it is very important, and they've had to turn it around, they had inflated contracts, and he's saying that there's 18 months to sort it out. He's given himself, if he gets the 250 million rand. So I wanted to double check, what is your relationship with Daybreak? Do you own the farm, or have you taken it over, or what have you done? The other one is Nature Cell, which I think burnt down. I'm not sure if you managed to get some insurance money from that. Are they back up and on track? I think, Chair, that is all that I want to say. Yes, Berlin beef, because I come from East London. I had been trying so hard to see who the owners of this company is, and I couldn't find it. All you see is the owner is Kaya at Berlin Beef, And I'm interested to know, because as you were saying, you are investing in the rural divide. And of course, East London is a metro with a very large rural aspect, which would be very good if that is the case. But as I said, the companies that we looked at is either in financial distress or are on the verge of being liquidated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Beasley, are you participating? Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. So a couple of questions. If you can just remind me what the acronym TOVA stands for. And I just looked under UIF. Has been 6.7 billion there, and there's only 867. So it's a loss of 6 billion, which is quite significant. And there seems to be like there could have been some type of corruption involved in all of this. Has investigations been done into those, and any criminal charges been laid? And if you can just update us on that, because 6 billion is a significant amount of money. And then also just coming back to Daybreak, what I've read is it's close to liquidation, yet they've still got a value in the business. So do you understand that you get external valuators, but do you review the valuations in terms of whether they're accurate or not? Because there's so much corruption going on around us. And then in terms of asset management fee, are your returns net of the fees or including the fees? And if you can just let us know what your fees would be on these investments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I may ask for concise answers, looking at the time. Thank you.
I'm going to try and maybe let me just go quickly, and then if I can't answer, I'll pass it on. The write-offs is the grey area. There was a question around, I think, also related to IFRS and GRAP, and why are we not forcing entities to invest in GRAP. I think that's a quick response, is that it is very rare that we will, and there are few cases where we then become a 100% shareholder like Daybreak, but normally it's a history of what has transpired. We opt not to be the only investors in entities. We invest with other people. So it's not quite often that we can simply dictate the terms of how we want to participate and what standards must be provided and what year ends must have. But to the extent that we're a 100% shareholder, we can do that. But in most cases, we can't, because we're just one other investor. And I think one of the questions that is always being asked is, should we be investing in these entities that create some of these audit findings? And you have to assess that in the light of the returns that you might get as well, in terms of the risk that you're taking, to the extent that I think we've already spoken to that. So that, I think, is a quick one. The service economy, and I think that is the nature of what is happening in South Africa, unfortunately, but also globally. It's not a South African phenomenon. The fact that we only certain countries are becoming the center of manufacturing, China and some of the Asian countries have become so, but it's not really unique to South Africa that you having the service industry becoming quite predominant. Yes, the GP, no. The PIC Amended Act does require that we deal with issues around industrialization and supporting industries, especially manufacturing. I think the short answer is that yes, we do take that into account. It is part of our mandate. There was a question about the panel of experts and the process that we are actually assessing. That actually follows. We are a PFMA compliant organization, and we have to comply with PFMA when we appoint any other services, and the procurement process must comply to PFMA. So we do comply with that, and we do deal with issues around the nature of the entities that we invest in, to make sure that we do bring people who have historically been excluded. So when we do appoint panels, we appoint valuators, as the CFO has indicated, making sure we bring black people who have been excluded in the past, I think is a key focus of ours. There was an issue around the common investments by our clients. Yes, you do find that in some instances, when the assessment is made and the view is that all our clients can benefit, we do ordinarily try to make sure all of our clients get a portion of the investments that we make. But it doesn't mean that if they go wrong, the opposite also happens, that you'll find that our clients are exposed to the same kind of wrong investment in some instances. And I think that was the case with Africa Oil, which was the specific question that was asked. And then there was the question about who do we support with our unlisted portfolio. Largely, our listed portfolio is focused on black people. I think that the CIO mentioned that if you think about the unlisted portfolio, black economic empowerment and transformation is a key driver of that. Now, over and above just broad transformation, transformation broadly, we also now honing in on issues around making sure that women are now part of our investment objectives, 30% at least. We're aiming towards moving at 50%. Young people, youth, are a major focus, as well as people with who are living with disabilities. There was a question about what does it mean that a portfolio is suspended. Because of the challenges that the committee is meeting about today, the underperformance in some instances, but also the issues about the financial statements and the challenges that it creates in terms of qualified findings from our clients, UIF and CF, they've had to suspend. So it means that they said that until we give you permission to go ahead, you no longer should be making investments in unlisted investments going forward until that decision changes. And part of that is to resolve some of these issues that the portfolio committee is actually trying to address. So that's why there is a portion of the portfolio that has been suspended, because they're not comfortable with us to continue to invest when it creates the problems that lead to qualification. There was the question around the issue about foreign nationals in some of our investee companies. I mean, we invest broadly. We don't dictate who they employ. So what we are reflecting is what the information of the investee companies give to us in terms of who they are employing, how many, where. So that's what they are actually giving to us. Do we actually give them a clear indication that our preference and our mandate is to support South Africans first and foremost? The answer is yes, that is the case. But of course, most of them would have actually foreign employees, and those would actually probably be brought in terms of the requirements of the Labour Relations Act, which has specified that for certain categories of jobs, to the extent that you can't find South Africans who can fill those jobs, you are allowed to bring foreigners in most instances. But the PIC is not the one that employs foreigners. It simply reflects what the investee companies have done, and we're simply reflecting that. There was an issue around performance. CIO, you can speak to that. Oh, so there was the 15. So there was the question around we indicating that performance was 15 point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, CEO. So just on that, we maybe if you pull the performance chart. So just relative to benchmarks over the slightly longer period, that marginal underperformance largely comes from the local equity building block. So we have had constraints as PIC on the amount of financial institutions ownership we can hold. So our benchmark had a slightly higher weight exposure to banks and insurance companies, but however, we could not hold that percentage into the banks because we are viewed as a sci-fi. Is it a significant financial institution by the Reserve Bank? So if your benchmark has, say, 18% in a particular financial institution, but we are only allowed to hold 15%, if ABSA or Nedbank rallies, which is what happened in 2022, 2023, that 3% has meant that because we couldn't hold the 18%, we wanted to be over, we had to underperform. So the bulk of it came from that restriction, Chair. And what we are doing is that we have spoken to the largest investor in our fund, and we agreed to work on a system where we change the benchmark to allow us to take active positions. But unfortunately, which will mean that we'll need to just readjust the whole benchmark just to allow us to go overweight and underweight particular shares. In this case, we've been stuck for 3 years with a structural underweight to financials, and in a market where financials did well because of the restrictions we have with the Reserve Bank. So that's the key one on the underperformance on the benchmark. But versus objectives, we are happy that we are outperforming. Thank you.
There was a question about public servants in investee companies. The PIC has a PEP policy, so when we invest, especially the direct ones, so there's a whole investigation that assesses. So Abel Sitole comes and tries to invest, he's automatically a politically exposed person or politically significant person, and then there's an assessment that's done to assess if we are comfortable investing with that. But I couldn't conclusively say that we necessarily know all the public servants and whether they're involved in our investee companies. I couldn't categorically answer that question in itself. SATTRAC is a very much South African company. Maybe it's the acronym, Bothwell. You haven't said anything. Can you tell the committee what SATTRAC is? They will know what SATTRAC is.
Good afternoon, committee members. So it's part of our infrastructure investment, and it's a toll road concession where we invested in the highway which starts in Tswane through Mpumalanga all the way into Mozambique. So it's a toll road concession. Thank you.
Bothwell, I know that there were some specific details about very specific investments. Maybe it may not be necessarily the forum to answer those, but do you want us to just broadly answer those, Chair?
Yeah, please do.
Okay.
I was just going to add a name to Enable Capital.
Enable Capital.
Enable Capital has been in the news.
Yep.
It doesn't come from the historical
No, it's a new
period. It's a new one. What went wrong? At least from your perspective, what did you miss?
Yeah. Okay. So Bothwell, I think CIO, you can take it, but maybe your team can assist you. So there was questions, and again, guys, the chair said we must be precise. So there were very specific questions around clinics, Busamed, Berlin Beef, Nature Cell, and Daybreak. Maybe I can take Daybreak, and then you can deal with the other ones. I think, Chair, Daybreak, of course, has been in the news for many years, and I think it's something that I think is a public entity. As it's already been indicated, it is a significant poultry producer, and hence I think our focus on it and the public's focus on it. Unfortunately, it has been wrecked with challenges. We invested in Daybreak, and it was going very much. Then it was going through similar challenges that it is going with now, but at the time it was privately owned, so I don't think people paid attention to it. And then we actually were able to turn it around. And then after the PIC turned it around, we then appointed the management, first a board that to run the company, because we were comfortable that it was back on track. And the board appointed a CEO and executive management, and then conflict started to arise between the board and the CEO, and that has been going on for quite a long time and has been a big challenge in terms of the management of Daybreak, and that's why it has been in the news for all the wrong reasons, and more in the latest point that the honourable member indicated. Yes, an employee of the PIC was applied and was appointed as the CEO of Daybreak. Unfortunately, he has subsequently resigned because there were challenges in terms of how the PIC board dealt with the PIC, with the Daybreak board around his appointment, and there were issues. And there's also been changes in the board. So the changes around Daybreak have continued. And because of the size of its contribution to the poultry industry in South Africa and the other issues around the number of people it employs, and we think it's a viable business, regardless of the challenges that it's experiencing, we continue to want to support Daybreak. Not of course at all costs, but to the extent that we believe it can be supported, and we continue to support it. But the challenges of Daybreak, unfortunately, are still ongoing. And we are working very hard to try and resolve them, for the challenges around the extent of the proportion of the supply of poultry in the country that they have, and the other social issues around employment and everything else. But I think the business case, we still believe in the business case, and we're continuing to support it. But it is true, it has had significant challenges. They have been ongoing, management, governance, and those have occupied a significant portion of time. Colleagues, can you answer the issues around clinics, Busamet in the health industry? There was a specific question around Berlin beef in the Eastern Cape. It is Berlin beef in the Eastern Cape, yes it is. And of course, Nature Cell and the fire that was experienced by the CIO.
CEO, maybe just cover Enable first, and then I'll come.
Must I cover Enable? Chair, Enable Capital is a recent investment. We made that investment around last year. It's a small, in our terms, it's a small, but the amount was, so we actually were asked to invest about 200 million into this business. And it is really, I think the language is it's a factoring company. That's what it is. It's a factoring company, basically. Or was, well, still is. It hasn't completely failed, but it focuses especially in the what we call the ICT environment.
Yeah, fiber.
And most specifically, the provision of what we call cell phone and data capability to households. That's really what it does. And therefore, it was supporting an environment which we believed was actually important for the infrastructure of the country, especially the last line where you are actually providing services to homes and small businesses. And so that's kind of the investment thesis. We committed 200 million because we thought it was a fair business case. And then we remember the difference between commitment and investments are not the same. So we committed to 200 million, but we did not actually give it 200 million. We gave it 100 million. 50 million came out of the GEPF and 50 million out of the CF. After we had invested, and we did all the due diligence and their financials were audited, and we believed that what the case that was made in terms of the business was valid, and we then invested. And after we'd invested, we then had a situation where the board put the business in business rescue because it was in trouble. They tried to come back and say, give us the other 100. We didn't give them the other 100, so the only half of the money was ultimately given to the company. They then put it on business rescue because they suspected that the executives had veered away from the mandate that was given to them and invested in areas that were not the specific areas that the business wanted to invest. And they're alleging, we don't know this for a fact, and there is a business rescue practitioner that's still helping to assess, and the matter has been reported to the police, that there might have potentially been fraud that was committed in the presentation that was made to us in terms of the nature of the investment and what it was supposed to do. So that's really the issue around enabled capital. That currently we have, a BRP process is studying to find out what actually happened and what can be salvaged in terms of the business. And there seems to be, there are parts of it that can be salvaged given the entities that they were invested in, which we actually ordinarily initially wanted to invest in. So there might still be value in that. So not all of the amount that was actually deployed is totally lost, but the BRP practitioner will let us know. To the extent that there are allegations of fraud, we have actually reported that to the police as well for them to investigate whatever the allegations around the fraudulent activity has been. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Bothwell.
Through you. I'll just cover clinics and Busamed combined, and both investments are sizable hospital operations. We funded what we believe are black industrialists at the time, supporting the expansion of both hospital groups. We potentially underestimated the impact of COVID, which it had on both hospitals. And since COVID around 2020, 2021, both hospital groups were impacted quite severely, and we are only seeing a recovery of the operations, largely due to a lot of effort from the management team and the board in terms of putting in initiatives that are driving better operational performance in the companies. And then we expect to actually see the outcome of all those initiatives coming through in terms of the valuations on both hospital groups. So in terms of maybe some of the key statistics on both entities, I think the clinics group has about in excess of 1,500 beds that it operates. The same applies with Busamed, and both hospital groups actually have a national footprint in terms of their operations. So we, as much as the numbers we are showing there are reflecting low valuation, we are quite comfortable in terms of the direction of travel that those businesses are taking. Yeah, Berlin Beef, you are right. It's a business we funded in East London, and the core operation is it's a beef operation, and they also do they also run a piggery as well. We've actually seen an underperformance in the business, and it's one of the businesses that is, if I can call it ICU, in the turnaround and value add department.
It is a real business. It's a real operation. And the last one is Nature Cell. And then
Nature Cell, I'll also try and be brief. It was a startup. It's a startup business we funded, and the business operates a plant which manufactures building materials for roofing, and the business has also underperformed largely due to a fire at the plant which was being installed. So when they started commissioning the operation, given it was a startup, there was a big fire that occurred there. And it's also one of the businesses that is in ICU, if I can call it that, under our turnaround department.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did we recover any money from insurance from
So,
fire?
so that exercise, I believe it's still ongoing. There was some repudiation from the insurance company, and I believe that process has not been finalized as yet.
I thought Honorable Beasley had asked some questions around the 6 billion. Has that been dealt with, or did I miss it? No. Remember, Honorable Beasley? Yeah. Oh, are they coming back to you? Okay, all right. Please switch on your mic.
there was a question around what does TOVA stand for, CIO. I think we did indicate, but I think it stands for turnaround and value add. Basically, is the department within the PIC where if the investment seems like they're getting into trouble, we move into that department to focus on it, to try and turn it around. In some cases, they do succeed, and then we put it back into the management environment. Otherwise, it follows the usual challenging issue, business rescue, liquidation, and those issues. So that, I think, is what that was about. And then there was a question around, to the extent that in the investments that are not performing, there may be potential corruption or wrongdoing. If that is indeed the case, Chair, corruption is a little bit more difficult to deal with, but I think where there is wrongdoing that can be reported to the authorities, the agencies, the Hawks, the DPCI, those that help us with those processes, we do, of course, take those into those agencies. To the extent that, of course, there is challenges and misconduct with our own people, the internal processes are followed to deal with those internally. Chair, there was a question around daybreak. We spoke about the daybreak, but I think the issue was about the review and the lessons learned. And I think with all investments, when things go bad, there's always we go back and say what could have been done better to try and actually mitigate the challenges that we are experiencing, Chair. And then the last question was around whether the performance indicates performance includes management fees. I think before I give to the CIO to answer that one, one of the things that I can say without any fear of contradiction is that we are a low-cost provider for our for our clients. I don't think there's any asset manager in South Africa that, from a fee perspective, can compete with the PIC. I think it's a matter of scale. So, I mean, that's really one of the biggest issues. So we are a significantly low-cost provider. So performance tends to be better purely because of that. But CIO, you want to speak to the question?
Okay, I think just on the SRI side, the fees are just under about 100 basis points. But on the listed side, if you look at our overall fees, they are lower than 3 basis points. So between 1 to 3 basis points on the listed side. But on the SRI side, it's between 0.25% to 100 basis points. But specifically for CCUIF, it's about 100 basis points. And then just in terms of maybe what we haven't mentioned is that the performance that you see from ourselves, what we have done is that we have recently become what we call GIBS compliant, which is a global standard as to how you should show your performance. And when you compare to benchmarks, we do show it. I think what's here, it's gross, but we are happy to also just show it net of fees. Thank you.
Chair, the last point we had to do with whether we have a right of policy. I think we answered that one. Yeah. So I think we done, Chair.
No, thank you very much. So can I suggest that we do the following? So we were dealing just with the compensation fund and UIF alone. Can I suggest that we set a date to deal with the totality of the unlisted portfolio, right? Because it's easy to see how listed companies are doing because they're on the JSE, they publish financials and so on. I think there are quite a few questions here that members might have had pertaining to things they've read and things that are said here in general. So let us agree a date soon in the next term, and we'll work with you in order to make sure there's sufficient level of detail, but also the level of conciseness so that the members can make an overall assessment so that when there are other entities that talk to the unlisted portfolio, we don't call you here each time to come and explain that we deal with the unlisted portfolio in one sitting, we develop an understanding. We will also need to, at that time, try and get into some of the issues with the auditing issues because they're really important for the AG, and we just need to make sure that the processes that are there in place are actually going to solve the problem rather than, leave it with an issue. We're working on it. We kind of need to monitor the steps that are being taken, and we'll keep checking with the AG to see if those are progressing accordingly. And finally, just the type of conversation you have with your clients on an ongoing basis, because they shouldn't be surprised later on that, oops, this happened to the money and we didn't know when they're talking to the AG and you're not there. So there are all of those. We'll provide guidance around that so that we can deal with it and the members can be sufficiently informed for their oversight. Otherwise, we've run well over time. I think each party is going to have a whip line vote, so they will not tolerate anyone not being the Honorable Skosana. You must be there.
And I'm going to unleash the SIU.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stolle and your colleagues. Colleagues from the Auditor General, thank you very much also for...
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to committee members. Thank you.